Right, hello. Gothic is here but fighting the rendering code. Does that mean you're joining now or you're gonna wait and fight a little longer? $20. Alright, fine. Okay, so I've still got some stuff to write. I did a little bit of writing, and I've rearranged the image AI slides. I'll put the... So basically what I've done is I'm doing Wombo art first. Initially it was clip draw first, followed by an example of Dal Mini. Then I introduce clip draw and show off the stuff that's being drawn. And then I do a brief tangent with this slide to tell people you're using the AI wrong. And then from there I'm going to go back to steer the conversation back to the AI being broadly aware of ponies, but it's not trained specifically on ponies, therefore it's not as good as it could be. And that leads back into Twilight's little speech. So Twilight has an interjection here. So this one is just Twilight. Actually, no. This one is Twilight talking about the images in general, just making her comment on what the generated images look like. And then this one is her speculating discovered by how much could be discovered by exploring other concepts and images through the power of AI, sort of thing. So what I need to do right now is go from this slide, talking about Anon's using the AI rule, into this slide, the AI is good, but needs more potent. And that's going to go here. So in fact, it might be better for me to just read out what I've done so far, specifically with the image AI. Jog my memory for doing this. Okay. I should also have Twilight's lines ready to go. I'm going to do this properly. It should be these ones. Okay. Yes. There's been this one dickhead driving up and down the road with his stupid motorcycle making a stupid amount of noise. Hopefully he fucks off soon. Anyway. Alright then, that just about covers the advancements with text data, so let's move on now to images. There have been many notable points of progress here, so let's start by looking at what's been going on in a general sense, and then we'll briefly explore how these can be applied to any pony data, as well as the current state of our pony image datasets. Let's start with Wombo dots, and these scenes of snowy serenity, depicting each of the main six enjoying the months of winter coolness and awesome holidays, not quite keeping their hoofsies warm at home, but certainly finding the time to play. I especially like how the Applejack one appears to have added some apples. Shows not only an awareness of the concept of ponies, but also something of their individual contexts. Next up, also from Wombo Art, we have some more images that explore the profound and abstract concepts. Twilight achieving absolute enlightenment, Luna's beautiful dreamscape, and Pinkie Pie flipping you off. Truly marvellous wonders to behold. Now, Dali Mini. This one appears to be capable of combining many different concepts in a somewhat coherent manner. This model demonstrates awareness of Lego, classic image macros, and jars. Yeah. We can also draw a picture of Starlight in space, which is nice, I guess.
I should say so. Wumbo Art's images are aesthetically pleasing. Domini, on the other hand, has been having a little trouble with some of its more abstract themes. Let's say, for instance, a pony is, well, a pony. How would this AI ever begin to be able to understand that, other than simply noticing what one might expect a pony to be like? Yet there is more to the subject than simply a pony. Would an AI even comprehend the idea of a relationship between two ponies, let alone desire or attraction between them? It's all very strange. It just raises all sorts of questions, like how do they know what a jar is and what it looks like? Do they even have real-world experience to draw upon? Is there an actual jar in that world? And more importantly, what happens to them when they run out of jars to put ponies into?
Well, I guess the AI would just generate more jars, I suppose? It's kind of a strange question to ask. Anyway, here's another AI example. ClipDraw. It generates images in more of a rough sketch kind of style. Here we have some examples of some ponies going about their everyday business. Rainbow relaxing in a tree, Rarity fainting on a couch, and Pinky breaching the cloud layer. Somehow. Yeah, probably best not to think about that one too hard. Now, these images obviously aren't really good enough to stand on their own, but what if one were to use the power of AI as a basis for their own work? That may well be the best use of an AI like this. For example, this marvelous portrait of Princess Luna, complete with all the classics such as a beanbag wearing a crown, a single croc, a jack-o'-lantern, a cupcake, and whatever that black thing is. Luna also apparently likes to crudely scrawl her own name on the walls. Looks like she's still struggling to adapt to the many intricacies of modern life, and is assembling her own group of inanimate friends to help her get started with socialization. Just gotta be careful that she doesn't go full Pinkamena with all that. Next up, Pinkie Pie eating a lemon. This is obviously a fine dining event, as evidenced by ClipDraw giving Pinkie a fancy suit to wear. The sharp lines of the dapper dressing contrasting delightfully with the squiggly lines of her scrunched snout, giving the impression that Pinkie Pie is particularly perplexed at her present predicament. And now here's an old classic, Celestia sending a pony to the moon. What did this pony do to deserve getting sent to the moon? Well, I don't know, but judging by the shape and colour of the moon, it probably had something to do with bananas. And finally, Blue Dog eats Bleenie. I don't think really much more needs to be said about that. And these four examples highlight what I believe to be the best way to use AI of this type. Not as something that would generate a finished product, but rather as a tool of inspiration. A tool that provides you with a scaffolding upon which you can build the house. Something that I think would be especially helpful for new and aspiring artists to get to grips with visualizing the scenes they want to draw. The right fags of the board could also use the text-generating AIs for much the same purpose, generating prompts and helping to fill in the blanks of the dialogue. And these four examples highlight what I believe to be... Oh, hang on, I've said the same thing twice. Hang on. Because I'm opening again with the same... I must have done some sort of copy-paste error here. One moment. Okay, I think what I'm proposing I do... Yes, I was writing two separate things here, and I think I accidentally read the old one. Let me try this again. These four examples highlight what I believe to be the best way to use AI of this type, not as something that would generate a finished product, but rather as a tool of inspiration. AI in general is still a ways off from creating art at the level of a human, but that does not at all mean that it is useless. In fact, the lack of ingrained details about how things should be that we all have in our brains doesn't apply to the brain of an AI, which often leads to it getting things wrong in strange and often hilarious ways. And it's the ways in which AIs get things wrong that I believe holds the highest value. If I asked any of you in the audience to draw images based on the same prompts that these AIs were given, how many of you would have had Celestia firing criminals out of a giant cannon built atop a mountain, or thought to put Pinky in a blue suit? Creativity and innovation comes from ideas that break what is considered normal, and that is exactly what this AI does best. So don't think of AI as a tool to spontaneously create fully produced works of art, at least not yet. Instead, think about how you can use it to inspire your drawings, break your writer's block, and prompt your creative mind to consider directions and interpretations that you may not have come up with on your own. Doing rehearsals? No. This is me running through my slides to find where the bumps are, basically. And the main bump right now is right here, which is why I actually stopped to Uh, acknowledge the chat. So basically, I need to get from telling you you're using the AI wrong to saying the AI is good and is aware of ponies, but is not specifically trained on ponies, therefore it could be better. Why have you written Whiter's blood? Did I pronounce it wrong? Writer. Yeah. Anyway. So I'm thinking something like the qualities of these drawings will undoubtedly get better as AI continues to progress, but we can't rely on that alone. These image AIs obviously have pony images as part, or I think I might just say ponies rather than ponies. Don't want to say the word image too many times. I said Whiter's block. Alright, well, whatever. We'll iron that out when we do proper purposes. Hello, Tux. So coming back to this. So don't think of the AI as a tool of spontaneously creating fully produced works of art. At least, not yet. Instead, think about how you can use it to inspire your drawings, break your writer's block, and prompt your creative mind to consider directions and interpretations that you may not have come up with on your own. The quality of these drawings will undoubtedly get better as AI continues to progress, but we can't rely on that alone. These image AIs obviously have ponies as part of their datasets, if these ostensible images of Fluttershy from DALL-E Mini are anything to go by.
I really like Dalmany's ability to make images of Fluttershy. That's very nice. It shows that they're aware that we are ponies. The thing that I also like about this AI is it demonstrates how these AI can draw us from photos of other ponies we know, and combine them into something new that does not appear to be related to any original images in any way. While they are all unique and all have their own virtues and flaws, Dalmany's and Wumbo Art's images show us that the pony data available to them are not sufficient to generate the entire possible scope of pony concepts and images. How much could be discovered by exploring other concepts and images through the power of AI?
Oh, very good question indeed. And if this is what can be done with ponies being only part of a dataset, then just think about what could be possible with tailor-made pony datasets. And that's where the final example comes in. This pony does not exist. This one is older, but still worth mentioning, as it generates infinite pony portraits, building on similar concepts of this thing does not exist, where other models have been made for human faces, cats, and more. Now, unfortunately, this one does have the downside of being built on a suboptimal pony dataset. While it is based specifically on a pony dataset, it consists of these very specific portrait-type images. Meaning it effectively only has this one function. The dataset itself was also a spin-off of an Anthro dataset, and I shouldn't have to explain why that's not ideal. Despite that, though, it is capable of generating cute pony pictures, like those on screen right now. And these pictures are generally a lot more accurate to what they're trying to do, as opposed to the much more vague and nebulous examples we saw earlier. So if nothing else, it does serve as a strong proof of concept for models specifically trained on ponies with properly audited datasets. Speaking of which, I made a specialized dataset that specifically labels pony butts. Not only that, it is a legitimate dataset vetted by a professional chemist that was carefully curated to the highest pony posterior pleasing standard. Yet another first for the Pony Preservation Project. Though wait, I'm not sure if it actually is. We'll need to double check that, because, what was his name? T. Fanax or something? The other guy who made Butt AI? I don't know if, he did that before or after this dataset existed. I am certain that my dataset is better than his. It probably is. I went through the entirety of Derpibur, it must be. Anyway, I've just seen Synthbots here. Are you joining now? Gothic's messing around with code, so it's just me for the moment. You can join. Alright, one moment then I'll bring you in. You should be here.
Hey. Okay. Yeah, so we can probably make a joke of that one other guy having this data set.
Yeah,
So maybe you can start
this?
off saying this is the first one, then you can say, wait a second.
What was his name? T. Fanux or something?
Let me find out.
Because I'd want to double check the date on that versus the date when I first posted the data set. Because I'm not 100% sure about the claim of it being the first. It might not be. Like I said, I'm pretty sure our dataset is better than his. But Clip and Nile Red collab when? I don't know. He makes decent videos, actually. Problem is he's in Canada, so that's kind of like a whole ocean away.
It's Thanks85. Post the link.
And what was the date he posted his I generated pony butts line? Or whatever it was.
To find out.
Oh yeah, did he ever respond to that little post you made?
No, he did not.
Oh, okay.
Yes, I don't think. Let me check. Okay, I'm realizing I don't know how to use Twitter.
Okay.
How do I go from one post to the thread?
I don't know. I don't use Twitter either. Frankly, I don't understand why anyone does. Alright. There's one reason why I usually use Twitter, that's to look at what 15 is doing. And just for today, I have one other use of Twitter. And that is this. There's new plushies from Symbio coming out. And I want one. Well, two. Pinky and Applejack. But considering what happened last time, the entire stock got sniped within a few hours. I need to make sure that that my current ponies can actually get their friends to join. Alright, who's... Okay.
There's no way to go up in a thread?
Just... Well, I just scrolled up.
Oh, you can actually see it. For me, it just shows nothing beyond what dataset to use. So I can't see when the original was posted.
That's your link. Anyway, the date is what I care about. October 26, 2021. We might be within a shout here. Alright, search for anyone with the username. Whipper and Bot, I guess. Um, 22nd of February 2021. That's when I finished the butt dataset. So yes, we were still the first. We did it in February, he did it in October.
Okay, nice.
Though, to be fair, he's the first to actually do something with a dataset. Invoiced a few days ago, as in you can actually order one now. Hang on, I have a tab open somewhere. Yeah, it says sold out on their store. But it specifically said on their little Twitter thread that it would display as sold out just because they're not live yet. But is there a way to, like... usually I'm against the idea of, like, pre-ordering and all that shit, but I know that these ones are decent. You ordered her ages ago. What the fuck? Oh, you're talking about MPPP. Right, right. Oh, yes, there you go. I missed that. Yeah, I've been invoiced for NASA as well. Oh, got me confused there. I was thinking you were talking about the symbiote plushies. These ones. So I was lucky enough to get Rainbow and Twilight in the first round before they all got swooped up. They live on my bed with my 2 Anon fillies. And assuming everything goes well. They're supposed to launch these today, I'm pretty sure. Anyway, these are high quality mares for the cost. I'd say they're decent. Why are you choosing? Get all of the mares. There's no choice to be made here. The only choice here is yes. Run the toy lines through the robo voice filter. Yes, I think we will want to do that at some point.
Not all of them, just the ones that are just the parts that are highlighted.
Well, the whole point is Twilight's a bot. So, I think
I thought we had it marked especially where, like, at the beginning of the script, you see it marked in red.
where
we wanted to use the robot voice, and otherwise just use a normal voice.
Okay, so that then becomes a bit of a design decision. So, do we want all of Twilight to be robotic, or do we want to do the sort of AI trope, where the AI says, I don't know, something along the lines of, did you say you want to destroy all humans? That sort of thing. I don't know if Twi's lines are really... You see, when we're doing that robotic thing, not only do you apply the robot filter, but the way that it delivers is also much more, well, robotic. And I don't think any of the lines were generated with that in mind. So I don't really think it makes much sense to take that approach. So I'm currently leaning towards light robotic filter on all of Twilight's lines. So not as... I don't know if there's like a slider on the robotness on the filter BGM, but if it can be like lightly roboticized, I think that's what we're going for here. And we're not going for evil Twilight either. Except maybe there's one exception to this, and that is when I asked Twilight to give us an example of some generated outputs. And where she enters a recursive loop of just saying, I am Twilight Sparkle, I am Twilight Sparkle, I am Twilight Sparkle. That, I think, is the only time we would want her to get progressively more robotic, and then we'll just get turned off because I pull the plug and just reset her. In regards to gas hitting $5 a gallon. Up here, it's $1.89 a litre. I don't know what that translates to in dollars or whatever. But it's expensive over here as well.
To like $7 a gallon for me.
Can her hat be removed? I don't know. I didn't actually look at that. Hard to tell from the pictures. It wouldn't surprise me if it was sewed on. I kind of hope it is, because if it isn't sewed on, I'll inevitably lose it.
Clipper, you have a... so when I was writing my section for GPT Pony, and I realized at the beginning of it, one, it might be excessive for the technical section, and second, it's written basically in the story, in a story form. Did you want to grab some story stuff for GPT Pony?
let's have a look here. Stream is kill. Why is stream kill? The stream shouldn't be kill.
Oh yeah, you should probably fix that first.
That's YouTube's fault, because it says everything's fine. OBS
Yeah,
says
it's
it's
amazing.
fine, YouTube says it's fine, it's just decided it doesn't want to play. I think it's back now, is it back now?
No.
No?
Oh wait, yes, it's back. Okay, we're good.
Okay. I think we're back. So... Are you talking about this stuff that I've highlighted here?
No, the stuff that I'm highlighting here. Oh, okay, yeah. Sorry, I didn't see the your highlight was under my highlight and it was hiding it. But yeah.
I don't think I ever wrote this. Is this supposed to be in... This is
No,
stuff you're talking about, isn't it?
yeah, so I wrote this,
Mhm.
but it feels like it goes in the history section more than the technical section.
Alright, let's have a look. Second model I want to talk about is GPT Pony, our text generation model. Let's set the background. In June 2020, a company called OpenAI released GPT-3, an AI model that generates text. The basic idea is that you give it some text, and the model tries to continue that text in whatever way seems natural. GPT-3 was trained on an enormous amount of scattered web data, with minimal oversight on what exactly made it into the dataset. As a result, it had background knowledge on a huge number of topics, and that knowledge came out when trying to use GPT-3 to generate text. GPT-3, however, was not made publicly available. The model was only ever released through an API, and they enforced some pretty asinine terms of use. As a result, some fandom group of AI enthusiasts decided to replicate and open source their own version. That group was Eleuther AI, and they released several models that were larger than any that had been released previously or since. Unfortunately, Eleuther AI did not include much pony data in the model, so, as is, it's of limited use to us. Eleuther AI's work did, however, produce good base models for us to extend. There's a trick in machine learning called transfer learning, where you take a model that was already trained on some standard data, then continue training it with your own custom data. This drastically reduces the amount of effort it takes to train a model. This would be possible for us if only we had a large amount of text data to feed it and the compute with which to train it. One, Anon in particular, set out to teach Eleuther AI's 6 billion parameter GPT-J model the magic of friendship. Wait, okay, so Eleuther AI so GPT-J was originally made by OpenAI, and then Eleuther AI made their own model and called it GPT-J as well?
Oh, sorry, yes.
Oh,
GPT-3 was
GPT-3.
originally made by OpenAI.
GPT. Okay, I missed the J versus 3. Okay. I don't think I ever mentioned... I mentioned GPT-J, but I never mentioned Eleuther AI or OpenAI in that sentence. I might to do that explicitly. I can see some easy sources of confusion there. Anyway. First, the data. This is where the FIM archive comes in. Some of you... blah, blah, blah.
This is more technical, by the way.
Okay.
You can read it, but this is just stuff I was planning on saying.
I wouldn't say this is history to... I mean, there's some history here, but a lot of this is explaining the background detail behind how these things work and where they came from.
Yeah, that's a fair point. It's not...
I don't think it's much
PPP
of history. So, yeah, it's a bit too general, I think. So it's fine for you to keep it here. I just don't think it fits as well into the history segment. Though I might take some small snippets of that to have a look at mine. Oh yeah, and with the image stuff that I was writing last time. I'm pretty sure you weren't here when I read through the modifications I've made, but I can go through that with you. I'm just going to have another quick look at my GPT-J stuff first, while it's still in my mind.
Okay. And in the meanwhile, I will work on slides.
Okay.
Probably going to drop the image generation stuff from my section just because it's. Well, I guess it depends on if that one anon responds. I don't have that much to say about it though.
Mhm.
So at best, I would just be talking about the differences in models outside of the PPP, which might be fine.
Okay.
Maybe it's fine.
Right, so as far as history, quote unquote, goes, the only thing I say about the origin of GPT Pony is that Delta fine tuned GPT-J on the FimFiction dataset. That's about as much detail as we have. I don't think it's all that relevant, really, to talk about the huge amount of background, especially since you're going to cover it later.
Yeah. So one thing that might be relevant for you to mention is that so he used the FimFarchive data, and he also used RC, the Tensor TPU Research Cloud. So the nice thing about that is that without that, we can't actually train models that big, and Google provides that for free to anybody that wants to use TPUs for research purposes.
Okay. Good to mention in the technical section, probably not too relevant for history.
So, the part that's relevant to mention is that he was able to train a model larger than most anons can do with Colab, and he was able to do it for free.
Okay. So after removing the absolute trash, namely Equestria Girls and all that, Delta then fine-tuned an existing text generation AI, GPT-J, on this FimFiction dataset, resulting in a model that we call GPT Pony. I can probably add a sentence explaining what you just said. Best way to put it. What was unique about his method was unique in that he was able... What's the difference between a GPU and a TPU?
A GPU is GPU is graphics card.
Yes.
And it's optimized for just graphics processing. It's sort of like a hybrid. So it deals with games and it deals with video and it deals with AI. TPU is the name is Tensor Processing Unit. So functionally, it's just more restricted functionality that's very specific to machine learning.
Right. Okay.
And you can usually optimize a lot more with that.
Okay. So his method was unique in that he was able to use TensorBoard.
TPU Research Cloud.
He used Google's Tensor Research Cloud.
It's a TPU Research Cloud.
Tensor Research Club.
TPU. The first word is not tensor, it's TPU.
Okay.
The last word is cloud.
TPU Research Cloud. So he was able to use Google's TPU Research Cloud, passing off this work as legitimate research.
I think as far as
unique in that he was able to pass this off as legitimate AI research.
Probably don't want to egg on the Google people just in case some of them are watching.
Which allowed him access to... So instead of saying Google's TPU Research Cloud, just the TPU Research Cloud?
I think it should mention Google specifically because some people probably don't know, and if they wanted to look it up, they can just search TPU Research Cloud, but the context seems relevant here, especially since it seems to be the general case that Google is providing all of our compute.
Which isn't unfair to say. As legitimate AI research, which allowed him access to Google's TPU Research Cloud.
Yeah, so I'm reluctant to call it legitimate research. So if we can...
Well, if you want to call it something else.
Instead of calling it something like that, maybe we can So the point here is to poke fun at it, right? It's to poke
Yeah.
fun at the fact that the TPU research cloud is doing
Lotus
this.
side. Jesus Christ.
Yeah, so maybe we can point that out more directly. So what's unique about this is that he got
Or that he was able to actually maybe
we can just
no,
we can just
it's
play it
okay.
straight.
I can rearrange this. His method was unique in that he was able to get access to Google's TPU Research Cloud, which essentially so what I'm getting at is Google are essentially acknowledging that ponies are legit AI research.
Yeah, I like that.
Just struggling to find the words.
Recognize our pony research lab as a legit nation. Recognize our
Which implicitly
which
grants
means
Pony AI the status of legitimate AI research. What's it called? If I can spell correctly. Even better, this TPU would it be fair to say call it like a TPU farm or something, because GPU farms and server farms? This TPU
farm.
Okay. This TPU farm not only had more compute to use, it was also free for all legitimate AI users. What are the rules
Anyone
around
that's
it?
doing so I think as long as you're doing something some AI research with TPUs, then they think it's fun.
Okay. So, but it was also free. Oh, actually, I might just say it was free to use. There you go. So, access to more compute technically exists if we can convince Google that this is legit research that uses TPUs, right?
Yeah.
How difficult is it to convince Google of that?
Very easy. So as long as you, I think as long as you do something non-trivial with TPUs, then they'll basically grant you access.
Oh, okay.
Though I think the learning curve for TPUs is pretty steep, though. So that would be the hard part.
Oh, okay. After removing the absolute trash, Delta then fine-tuned an existing text generation AI, GPT-J, on this film fiction dataset, resulting in a model that we call GPT Pony. His method was unique in that he was able to get access to Google's TPU Research Cloud, which of course grants Pony AI the status of legitimate AI research. And even better, this TPU farm not only had more compute to use, it was also free. I don't want to say to use twice. It's awesome. Okay. So this line I actually say as part of the little video thing that I made for Twilight. It's also free. I think that's fine.
Yeah, the transition seems fine to me.
Right. Let's go back then to pictures. So I've kept the script mostly the same, I've just rearranged it mostly. Oh yeah, did I read out the whole thing that I wrote for the 4chan bot as well? The poll bot that guy made?
I didn't hear you read it out.
Okay. I reckon we could do that then. Let's just do a review of text and image AI. Actually, no, I need to keep the slides on the screen. and put that over there. So starting from here. So this is right after I ask Twilight to give us some examples of AI. Actually, I could probably play that. Why not? It's the video, isn't it? Yeah. Hey, Twilight, could you expand on GPT Pony a little?
Sure thing. GPTJ stands for Generative Pre-trained Transformer. It's a computer program that can generate a piece of content based on what it has been told. It can either be based on things it has seen before, or it can generate completely from scratch. I've been working on GPTJ for the past year or so, and I've been able to push it to make sentences that seem intelligent, while also being able to incorporate things into its vocabulary that it should not have known. It's become one of my favorite programs.
Sounds great. Could you give us an example of some generated text?
For example, I woke up, and I went to the kitchen. I ate some fruit. I then continued my work.
Huh? Wait, that doesn't sound right.
No, it sounds perfect. Let me give you a better example. I am Twilight Sparkle. 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 I am Twilight Sparkle.
Oh, for fuck's sake. Alright, I'll have to cut you off there. A quick reboot should fix you right up. Okay, while we wait for Twilight to reset, I'll quickly address one point that is often made in regards to the capabilities of AI. That being that AI could never possibly imitate humans well enough to consistently fool anyone into thinking that it was real. Well, Twilight's performance there was somewhat inconveniently timed to me trying to make this point, but I'm just gonna apply a quick little bit of confirmation bias and show you this. Now, for those of you who aren't familiar, this is a screenshot from a Twitter thread from 2015 that shows someone getting thoroughly bamboozled by Twilight. And when I say Twilight, I mean a Twitter bot. A bot that, when you tweet to it, responds with a random Twilight quote from the show. That's it. That's all it does, and yet that was good enough to bait this guy into making an absolute fool of himself for all to see, followed by a hilariously inordinate amount of damage control. A moment in history that is forever immortalized in a Ponythread Simulator style video that I made to document this thread, with Twilight's posts being voiced by the AI. All this goes to show that when it comes to simple shitposting, the bar really isn't all that high for fooling people into giving easy use. Now, I already know what you're thinking while looking at this thread. That being, this is just some Twitter dumbass falling victim to his own intelligence, or rather, lack thereof. Surely you, as a supremely intelligent member of /MLP, would never be deceived in this way. Wrong. Here's an example from just a few months ago. A fellow Anon getting baited into replying to a post generated entirely by GPT-3, using his post as the input, which, ironically, was claiming that bots couldn't write convincing text. Despite not being fed any additional context, this text-generating AI was able to create a reply to this Anon that was coherent and convincing enough to appear as if it were written by a genuine schizo, and, in turn, received a genuine reply from this unsuspecting test subject. So even in the context of an actual conversation, something decidedly more complex than throwing out random shitposts, the current versions of AI are still capable of clearing the bar for fooling people. All of this is to say that the state of AI is quite a bit more advanced than many may think. With all that in mind, I'll move on to the other topic of text data, and that is the /MLP dataset. You can all probably see where this is going, right? All of you in the audience have been collectively producing 4chan data since 2010, and it would be a shame to let that go to waste. So we've scraped the entirety of archive.moe and Desu Archive to build a near-complete dataset of all posts ever made on /MLP, including post numbers, posts that link to other posts, the thread each post belongs to, the text and images associated with each post, and so on. Now, I say near complete, as there were a few technical challenges associated with acquiring and sorting all this data. There is no download all posts button on Desu Archive after all, and there were some issues with missing and fragmented data, but most of these issues were overcome eventually. Synthbot will go into a bit more detail on this in the technical section later for those who are interested. And just in case you hadn't put all the pieces together by now, what we have here are the tools we need to create a text-generating AI for /MLP posts. One more tool on the belt to thoroughly ensure that the ride will never end. And this idea of a 4chan bot is not at all unprecedented. In fact, it's already been done over on Poll just over a month ago. This guy, Yannick Kilcher, fine-tuned GPT-3 on Poll posts, and then wrote a bot to reply to a random post every minute, gave it a 4chan pass to bypass that pesky captcha, and let it loose for 2 full days, where it was surprisingly successful. It got many responses from paranoid conspiracy theorists, threw out all the slurs we know and love, and even called out others for being shills and bots. It fit in so well that it likely would have flown completely under the radar, if not for the fact that it would always post with the distinctive Seychelles flag, pictured here in the background, and had the 1 post every minute pattern that was easy enough to spot if you were paying attention. So prolific was this bot that it posted 25,000 times in 24 hours, accounting for 10% of all Poll posts on that day, earning its own meme status, simply being referred to as Seychelles Anon. And if you go on Poll right now, I'd bet there's a good chance of seeing at least one reference to it. So while we may unfortunately not be the first to create a 4chan bot, we will certainly be able to do it better than this. More on that later. Alright then, that just about covers the advancements with text data, so let's move on now to images. There have been many notable points of progress here, so let's start by looking at what's been going on in a general sense, and then we'll briefly explore how these can be applied to Pony data, as well as the current state of Pony image datasets. Let's start with Wombo.art, and these scenes of snowy serenity, depicting each of the main 6 enjoying the months of winter coolness and awesome holidays. Not quite keeping their hoofsies warm at home, but certainly finding the time to play. I especially like how the Applejack one appears to have added some apples. It shows not only an awareness of the concept of ponies, but also something of their individual contexts. Next up, also from Wombo.art, we have some more images that explore more profound and abstract concepts. Twilight achieving absolute enlightenment, Luna's beautiful dreamscape, and Pinkie Pie flipping you off. Truly marvellous wonders to behold. Now, DALL-E Mini. This one appears to be capable of combining many different concepts in a somewhat coherent manner. This model demonstrates awareness of Lego, classic image macros, and jars. Yeah. We can also draw a picture of starlight in space, which is nice, I guess.
I should say so. Wombo Art's images are aesthetically pleasing. Domini, on the other hoof, has been having a little trouble with some of its more abstract themes. Let's say, for instance, a pony is, well, a pony. How would this AI ever begin to be able to understand that, other than simply noticing what one might expect a pony to be like? Yet there is more to the subject than simply a pony. Wouldn't AI even comprehend the idea of a relationship between 2 ponies, let alone desire or attraction between them? It's all very strange. It just raises all sorts of questions, like, how do they know what a jar is and what it looks like? Do they even have real-world experience to draw upon? Is there an actual jar in that world? And more importantly, what happens to them when they run out of jars to put ponies into?
Well, I guess the AI would just generate more jars, I suppose? It's kind of a strange question to ask. Anyway. Here's another AI example. ClipDraw. It generates images in a more rough sketch kind of style. Here we have some examples of some ponies going about their everyday business. Rainbow relaxing in a tree, Rarity fainting on a couch, and Pinkie breaching the cloud layer. Somehow. Yeah, probably best not to think about that one too hard. Now, these images are obviously not really good enough to stand on their own, but what if one were to use the power of AI as a basis of their own art? That may well be the best use of an AI like this. For example, this marvelous portrait of Princess Luna, complete with all the classics such as a beanbag wearing a crown, a single crock, jack-o'-lantern, a cupcake, and whatever that black thing is. She also appears to like crudely scrawling her own name on the walls. Looks like she's still struggling to adapt to the many intricacies of modern life, and is assembling her own little group of inanimate friends to help her get started with socialization. Just gotta be careful that she doesn't go full Pinkamena with all that. Next up, Pinkie Pie eating a lemon. This is obviously a fine dining event, as evidenced by Clipdraw giving Pinkie a fancy blue suit to wear. The sharp lines of the dapper dressing contrasting delightfully with the squiggly lines of her scrunched snout, giving the impression that Pinkie Pie is particularly perplexed at her present predicament. I need to practice that. The sharp lines of the dapper dressing contrasting delightfully with the squiggly lines of her scrunched snout, giving the impression that Pinkie Pie is particularly perplexed at her present predicament. Now here's an old classic. Celestia sending a pony to the moon. What did this pony do to deserve getting sent to the moon? I dunno, but judging by the shape and colour of the moon, it probably had something to do with bananas. And finally, Blue Dog eats Bleenie. I don't really think that one needs much more to be said. And these 4 examples highlight what I believe to be the best way to use AI of this type. Not as something that would generate a finished product, but rather as a tool of inspiration. AI in general is still a ways off from creating art at the level of a human, but that does not at all mean that it's useless. In fact, the lack of ingrained ideas about how things should be that we all have in our brains doesn't apply to the brain of an AI, which often leads to it getting things wrong in strange and often hilarious ways. And it's the ways in which AIs get things wrong that I believe holds the highest value. If I asked any of you in the audience to draw images based on the same prompts these AIs were given, how many of you would have had Celestia firing criminals out of giant cannons built atop a mountain, or thought to put Pinkie in a blue suit? Creativity and innovation comes from the ideas that break what is considered normal, and that's exactly what the AI does best. So don't think of AI as a tool to spontaneously create fully produced works of art. At least, not yet. Instead, think about how you can use it to inspire your drawings, break your writer's block, and prompt your creative mind to consider directions and interpretations that you may not yet have come up with on your own. The quality of these drawings will undoubtedly get better as AI continues to progress, but we can't rely on that alone. These image AIs obviously have ponies as part of their base datasets, if these ostensible images of Fluttershy from DALL-E Mini are anything to go by.
I really like DALL-Mini's ability to make images of Fluttershy. That's very nice. It shows that they're aware that we are ponies. The thing that I also like about this AI is it demonstrates how these AI can draw us from photos of other ponies we know, and combine them into something new that does not appear to be related to any original images in any way. While they are all unique and all have their own virtues and flaws, DALL-Mini's and Wumbo Art's images show us that the pony data available to them are not sufficient to generate the entire possible scope of pony concepts and images. How much could be discovered by exploring other concepts and images through the power of AI?
Well, a very good question indeed. And if this is what can be done with ponies being only a part of the dataset, then just think of what could be possible with tailor-made pony datasets. And that's where the final example comes in. This pony does not exist. This one is older, but still worth mentioning, as it generates infinite pony portraits, building on similar concepts of this thing does not exist, where other models have been made for human faces, cats, and more. Now, unfortunately, this one does have the downside of being built on a suboptimal pony dataset. While it is based specifically on ponies, it consists only of these specific portrait-type images, meaning it effectively only has this one function. The dataset itself was also a spin-off of an Anthro dataset, and I shouldn't have to explain why that's not ideal. Despite that, though, it is capable of generating cute pony pictures, just like those on screen right now. And these pictures are generally a lot more accurate to what they're actually trying to do, as opposed to the much more vague and nebulous examples we saw earlier. So if nothing else, it does serve as a strong proof of concept for models trained specifically on ponies with properly audited datasets. Speaking of which, I made a specialized dataset that specifically labels pony butts. Not only that, it is a legitimate dataset vetted by a professional chemist that was carefully curated to the highest pony posterior pleasing standard. Yet another first for the Pony Preservation Project. Starting off with a list of Derpy images filtered by relevant tags, I used the VGG image annotation website to draw butt boxes on all the images, and then simply exported all the data as a set of CSV files for easy storage and regeneration. And I did all of this because... well, anyway, anyone can make the same sort of datasets for any criteria they like, using the Pony Picture package. Oh yeah, and this is where I run out of slides because we need to review this little section. Especially since you're jumping in to talk about the slightly more technical aspect of it. Anyway, I saw you highlighting a few things on the script as I did that. Did you
so I
have
missed
anything?
the last one. I gotta raise your volume again.
Hang on, what was the last one, sorry?
Okay, I missed the sentences you said right after you stopped speaking because I was switching between YouTube and conference.
Oh, okay, sure. So basically I run out of slides here because I haven't yet properly integrated the stuff that you helped to write. And also I figured that since you're going to be speaking, you might want to have some say in designing the slides that come in here.
For the animation side? Yeah, sure.
The animation one, but also you're talking a little bit about the technical details of the Derpy dataset. Okay, so like I said, I saw you highlighting a few things as I was talking, so is there anything that particularly jumped out?
I think so. There were two things in particular. PP3. So some of the jokes didn't seem to work that well.
Okay, which ones?
I think these were the ones that might have been more obvious references to fandom things. So like the bananas one and going full pink Vino.
Wait, where are
you?
Clicking on your icon takes me to the top of the doc for some reason.
I don't know why it does that. Yeah, I'm on page 16. End of page 16.
16. Okay. So we don't think the Pinkamena and bananas joke works.
It might be too on the nose for jokes that have been with the fandom for so long.
Okay, well, I can probably drop the Pinkamena one, but for Celestia sending ponies to the moon, I would need some other concept to...
I think for both of these, if you just made them more subtle, it would probably work better.
Any suggestions? Or I could say maybe she should go and meet Madame Laflower or something.
I think that one's good.
Oops. That's wrong. Maybe she could organize a playdate with... what were some other names? We had Madame Laflower, we had...
Rocky.
Rocky. Was it Rocky?
Let me check.
Because I can broadly describe the friends that Pinky had, but I can't remember anyone other than Madame Laflower.
Yeah, so it was Rocky, Mr. Turnip, and Sir Lancelot.
With Rocky, Mr. Turnip?
Just one or one.
Actually,
two of them is probably fun.
How about Madame Laflower and Sir Lancelot? Okay, and then I don't think the bananas joke is too on the nose.
Hazy, by on the nose, I mean it's too direct.
I mean, I'm referencing specifically the shape and color of the moon. It looks a little bit like a banana.
Mm.
Hmm. I mean, how else can I... I mean, I can't... How do I say banana without saying banana? I don't think that's really possible. I probably have to go and rewatch that video.
Seems too direct.
What was the name of the video? Can you remember? Or I'll just type Celestia Moon Banana.
Yeah.
Yeah, there you go. Friendship is magic, bitch.
Bring in the next pony.
Hi, Princess Horse.
How are you?
I don't know what you do,
Oh, I do everything.
but you burned down my house yesterday with the sun. I know you did it.
No.
You said you did it.
No.
With fire.
No.
With fire that we both, you had.
No, I don't remember that.
You saw it. You had it because you brought it. You had the fire.
No,
And
I
then
don't remember
There
it.
was a lot of laughing.
No.
You were laughing, though. You were the one laughing. And say you did that.
Well, it was a little funny, though, right? It was pretty funny.
Really, it would have been funny.
So
But-
maybe I think if you add this is one where Celestia basically has a cannon, right? She's using a cannon to.
Yes.
Someone-
So
So if you just reference that here, like why is
I don't. I
Yes!
guess I am.
You're a
Yes.
bitch that likes bananas.
Yeah, I
You're a
guess I
bitch
am.
that likes
Yes.
bananas. Okay, that's
yes.
great. Because you're about to go bananas. Whoa, the moon! Bitch!
you can do another joke here, I guess, or you can drop it at this point.
So why does Celestia have a cannon for sending ponies to the moon? I don't know, but judging by the shape and color of the moon, it probably had something to do with bananas. I mean,
Yeah, so I'd probably drop that part. But if you drop it here, I think you've already made well. Okay, there. Okay, there. Yeah, if you drop it after this, I think people already get the reference.
okay.
So you can either make
Hang
fun
on.
of the reference or
What if I swap... What did this pony do to deserve being sent to the moon? What did this biatch do to deserve getting sent to the moon?
oh, okay, yeah, that's good.
I'm going to type it phonetically. Biatch. Something like that. What did this biatch do to deserve... Hang on, how do we say it on here? Can I even replicate?
Clarify something. You are a bitch that likes bananas.
You are bitch. So what did this bitch do to deserve being sent to the moon?
Right?
I don't know where we're going with this.
Okay,
but
let me
yes,
just
I
let
like
me just
bananas.
clarify this.
If
Let me
that's
just
your
clarify
answer.
real quick. You
Part
are
where
a
she's actually launching them, though.
bitch that likes bananas.
Bitch.
Clarify this. Let me
that's
just
your
clarify
answer.
real quick.
It comes
You are
later.
a bitch.
Okay, bitch. So, what did this bitch do to deserve being sent to the moon? Why does Celestia have a cannon for sending ponies to the moon? Not quite sure this flows very well. Maybe...
Yeah, you can delete that.
No. Why does Celestia have a cannon for sending ponies to the moon? And what did this biatch do to deserve getting sent there? Stream mute? I don't think so. It shouldn't be. All my audio is working as far as I can see. Do you hear me, chat?
Should be working for me.
Yeah, okay. I'm going to assume it's fine then. Why does Celestia have a cannon for sending ponies to the moon? Okay.
Here you can make a joke about AI not being good at explaining why it does the things it does.
Mm,
It off as like we don't know why the AI is doing this, and AI has not progressed to the point where it can give us explanations for these things.
I suppose we won't know until AI gets to the point where it can explain itself rather than just doing it. I don't know.
So that
That likes.
So we may never know. I'm just gonna continue watching this and see if there are any explanations given.
Yes! Next pony.
Oh, are you looking for an actual explanation?
Yeah, I'm gonna see
Nope.
if there's anything in there that I can reference.
Oh, there's not.
We're gonna stop doing kings and princesses.
There's no explanation, at least.
So Celestia sends ponies to the moon for daring to question what she's doing.
Because even when they agree, they get sent to the moon.
Okay.
Just wants to send people to the moon.
Presidents from now on. I just want to let you know that that's what we're going to be doing. Hey, can I interest you in some fruit? Would you like a banana? No. Are you sure? I got bananas over
There
here.
was one other point I wanted to bring up.
Okay, yeah.
Of Twilight's lines, the transition is pretty jarring. So I don't know if it's because this is the first time I heard the switch back and forth between you and the Twilight. But it took me like three and a half sentences before my brain caught up and like accepted that Twilight was now the speaker.
Okay, so maybe I should ask Twilight for a comment. Just
That
lead
might
in.
work. Yeah. At least for the actual ones.
Which is nice, I guess. Hang on, I'll say I'm not really sure what I was going for here. So maybe I just lack insight or experience or perspective. Maybe I just lack the right perspective. Hey, Twilight. You're an AI. You're an AI. Could you maybe explain what these AIs were thinking? Explain what these AIs were thinking, and if you think they have artistic talent. How about that? No, we're just transitioning into a comment for Twi.
The second part of this seems a bit weird.
So, second part
Maybe just,
of...
hey Twilight, what do you think?
It needs to transition to what Twilight actually says. She opens by saying, I should say so. So it needs to answer with a question where that's a reasonable answer.
Okay.
It can also draw a picture of starlight in space, which is nice, I guess. Yeah, I'm not really sure what the AI was going for here, so maybe I just lack the right perspective. Hey, Twilight, you're an AI. Could you maybe explain what these AIs were thinking, and if you think they have artistic talent? Yeah?
But you just have a question here? Does that sound right? Something I know does that sound right doesn't exactly fit, but something like does that sound right, Twilight?
Does that sound right, Twilight?
You can continue with that. So
and maybe do you think AIs have artistic? Maybe, not sure.
The problem is that this is a really weird question to ask. not.
Because I'm basically asking for Twilight to comment on her opinion of the art that's been presented.
Maybe you can start with like a philosophical. What is? What do I know about art?
Mm.
That delete something.
Which is nice, I guess. Not too Yeah. It can also draw a picture of starlight in space, which is nice, I guess. Yeah, I don't really know what's going on here, but what do I know about art? Hey, Twilight, do you think these AIs have artistic talent?
I think that works. But I'd have to hear it again with you and Twilight speaking afterwards to know.
Okay, we can do that.
Another thing I realized about Twilight's lines is there a way to slow her down a little bit?
Not without making the audio sound garbled.
Okay.
I can
Yeah,
try, but it is unlikely to work.
I think the only quirk is that you're speaking in a presenter voice and Twilight is speaking in a dialogue voice.
A 10% reduction in speed is about the most you can ever get away with.
I should say so.
Right.
Wumbo Art's images are aesthetically pleasing. Domini, on the other hoof, has been having a little trouble with some of its more abstract themes. Let's say, for instance, a pony is.
No, try saying that paragraph and
I can tell very obviously the stretching artifacts in there. Maybe 5.
be like 5, 6.
Change tempo. Let's try 5.
I should say so. Wumbo Art's images are aesthetically pleasing. Domini, on the other hoof, has been having a little trouble with some of its more abstract themes. Let's say, for instance, a pony is. Well, a pony. How would this AI ever begin to be able to understand that, other than simply noticing what one might expect a pony to be like? Yet there is more to the subject than simply a pony.
Okay, one thing I could try and do is insert a few more pauses into this. I can just try and slow it down that way. It's getting hot today.
Good idea.
I should say so. Wumbo Art's images are aesthetically pleasing. I should say so. Wumbo Art's images are aesthetically pleasing. Domini, on the other hoof, has been having a little trouble.
That was a bit too long.
Domini, on the other hoof, has been having a little trouble with some of its more abstract themes. Let's say, for has been having a little trouble with some of its more abstract themes. Let's say, for instance, a pony is. Well, a pony. Let's say, for instance, a pony is. Well, a pony. Let's say, for instance, a pony is. Well, a pony. How would this AI ever begin to be able to understand that, other than simply noticing what one might expect a pony to be like? Yet there is more to the subject. A pony to be like. Yet there. A pony to be like. Yet there is more to the subject than simply a pony. When an AI even comprehend the idea of a relationship between two ponies, let alone desire or attraction between them? It's all very strange. It just raises all sorts of questions, like, how do they know what a jar is and what it looks like? Do they even have real-world experience to draw upon? Is there an actual jar in that world? And more importantly, what happens to them when they run out of jars to put ponies into?
I think that's about as slow as I can reasonably make it. Let's try this then. Switch over to YouTube, yeah? Give me a shout.
Ready to go.
Okay. Let's do this fully authentically, shall we? Right, I've got everything queued up correctly. So, now, Doll Mini. Dolly? Now, Dolly Mini. This one appears to be capable of combining many different concepts in a somewhat coherent manner. This model demonstrates awareness of Lego, classic image macros, and jars. Yeah. It can also draw a picture of starlight in space, which is nice, I guess. Yeah, I'm not really sure what the AI is going for here, but what do I know about art? Hey, Twilight, do you think these AIs have artistic talent?
I should say so. Wumbo Art's images are aesthetically pleasing. Domini, on the other hoof, has been having a little trouble with some of its more abstract themes. Let's say, for instance, a pony is, well, a pony. How would this AI ever begin to be able to understand that, other than simply noticing what one might expect a pony to be like? Yet there is more to the subject than simply a pony. Wouldn't AI even comprehend the idea of a relationship between two ponies, let alone desire or attraction between them? It's all very strange. It just raises all sorts of questions, like, how do they know what a jar is and what it looks like? Do they even have real-world experience to draw upon? Is there an actual jar in that world? And more importantly, what happens to them when they run out of jars to put ponies into?
Well, I guess the AI would just generate more jars, I suppose? That's kind of a strange question to ask. Anyway, here's another AI example. Blah, blah, blah. Right, you actually highlighted the jars thing. What did you want to say about that? Play this one straight as if Twilight is making good points.
I'm switching back from YouTube.
Okay, so I saw that you highlighted the jars bit. So the question of me being confused at Twilight talking about jars or me just going along with it.
I thought it was fine now. I think it's I wasn't in the mindset to treat Twilight's voice as part of the presentation, and when I switched to that, I think your transition made it easier to do that. And when I switched to that, your comment about it being strange made more sense.
Okay, cool. All right, was there anything else you highlighted?
Do we want to delete this banana part that I highlighted earlier?
Hang on, where is that? Down here. Yeah, I can get rid of it, I guess.
So I'd probably so in the beginning I think I noticed one or two other jokes that didn't seem to quite work.
Okay.
But I didn't make note of them early on. So maybe when we do the run through, when we do a more complete run through, I can just keep track of those.
Right. You've highlighted ensure the ride will never truly end as a revisit.
Oh yes, good point. Where is that?
Up here, where I am.
Yeah. So normally the ride will never end is taken as like a hopeless, like a faux hopeless sort of thing.
Okay.
But here you seem to be playing it as a positive, which is weird.
All right. I don't think I want to get too far into the weeds of what these could be used for just yet. Or maybe I do. So, I think when people hear there's going to be bots, that's going to be negative. Like, it's just going to be spammed with, the board's going to be spammed with shit. So, that's not our intention, but someone could conceivably build a bot to do that. So, you've already given the example of the Ponk bot that just ponks about the board.
What are you looking for?
I'm just wondering if, at this point, to replace the ride will never end, just a reason why we want to do this.
I think unlimited content or some variant of that.
Yeah, because the thing is, the point that I'm thinking of is people imagine bots on 4chan, there's basically no positive light in which that's going to be interpreted straight off. So I'm thinking it may be beneficial to, I mean, even though someone could make a spam bot like the pop guy did.
So one thing, probably the only positive use I see right now is it's the most practical interface for chatbots.
Okay. So you could have like a
If you want-
chatbot thread.
Not even a chatbot thread. It's just like you can have a Twilight chatbot just responding as if you were a normal poster.
Adapt interface for use as a chatbot, you mean? Or
Okay. Yeah. So
or just have the ponies join the board.
I thought that's what you were. Are you
Well,
talking about 4chan bots here, right?
yeah. So what are I mean, that people like. So the point is, a lot of people, or basically everyone in the audience, I think, is gonna immediately think of just spam when they think of bots.
So the alternative to spam bots would be personality, like bots with a personality, like pony bots.
Maybe you could like make the like reference to like the GLaDOS core like personality course, kind of like in that direction.
What do you mean by personality course? I'm not 100% sure what you
Like,
mean.
have you played Portal games?
I have briefly. I know what they're about.
Yeah, basically the whole kind of like point at the end of the first one and like part of the second one, like you have like this separate like cores that basically like they have their own personality that are like about like whatever like stuff they need to do. But I guess like
I'm not seeing the link between 4chan bots here.
well, I
Gothic,
guess
you're
it's
trying
because
to.
you didn't play the game, so that's
Gothic, I think you're trying to
but-
explain how to make different personalities for an AI intuitive. So the thing we're trying to figure out right now is how to make chatbots seem like a positive thing,
Yeah,
or how
'cause
to make 4chan bots into a positive thing, as opposed to just referencing spam bots.
yeah, 'cause I'm thinking that's what people's minds will immediately jump to, and then a question would be, why the fuck are you doing this? So preemptively answering that question, I'm thinking, might be a good thing to do.
how about using the example of like there used to be like this very old like a chatbot, like one of the very first one that basically like a guy designed it as like a kind of like joke, as like making fun of like a psychologist of basically what the bot would do. You would just like take like you would talk to it and like you would just copy your answers and just say like, oh, you say this and this. How does it make you
That's
feel?
something we don't
And like
want on the board.
yeah, but like people actually have like positive experience with that. Like actually, you know, even if it was like a very dumb chatbot, like they still kind of like enjoy chatting with it.
I think the goal would be to get higher quality content on the board, not
Mhm.
just things that people would make, not just things that would make people feel good. Because I think there are, so for example, having bots just spam content produced elsewhere in the fandom. So some people would probably like that, but I would imagine that would be taken as a pretty significant negative, because
What about like idea of like some kind of like clever bot? Like it will only reply to you if you reply to its post first. So we like contain it in its own thread, so it wouldn't like spread everywhere.
and that seems a little weird because people shouldn't be using the board for things that they can just do elsewhere. If they want a reply from a bot, they should just talk to the bot. If they want to post the reply from the bot, they should just include it in their post.
Well, I think what I'm envisioning here basically is just the ponies of Ponyville join /MLP. That's essentially what I'm looking for here.
Maybe even have it just for special events or something, or in some rare cases. So when I mentioned this later on in that future section, I tried to make it explicit that this was not intended to be a regular occurrence. It's just a thing that maybe a Pinky Vibe bot does a couple times a day, as opposed to it being constantly on the board making like 1,000 posts a day.
Yeah, that's not what we want to do. Okay. It's text generating AI for /MLP posts.
Maybe write
So
down
allowing-
thoughts on things that are positive.
allowing the ponies of Ponyville to join in for special events. I don't know.
Allowing the ponies to have a small window into our world.
Ooh, idea. Sometimes there's a thread that goes up for the Equestria version of 4chan, where people just anons pretend to be ponies talking on the horsenet.
Yeah.
So we could spin it as blending
called?
the two together.
What are they called? Yeah.
So AI first /MLP posts. So which has many exciting opportunities for more fun interactions on the board. Maybe a Ponk bot could randomly drop in every so often to cheer you up. Maybe a Ponk bot could randomly join in every so often to cheer you up. The ponies of Ponyville could
Plays Ponyville with Equestria.
sure, could join in threads for special events, and we could maybe even hang on, I think there might even be a thread like that open right now, or at least there was one very recently. I want to see if they call it anything, because I mean horsenet is
You
pretty
mean
common.
the Equestria version of 4chan threads?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's the one.
Nation of Fortune.
Let's see if who can find it first. Oh, you've already found it. Right, so I'm looking for ideas on what to call this.
Needs to have a screen cap, by the way. A screen cap with a faked first post. Maybe of just Rarity calling LP a fag.
We could do that, yeah. So you could have some opening post, Rarity calls OP a fag, and then Pinky replies to Rarity as Ponkbot, doing one of her random cheer-ups. They just call it Equestria version of 4chan. I haven't yet seen. Yeah, Twilight's been in stock for a while, but I already have Twilight, so that doesn't matter. to me, at least. And we could maybe even bridge the cyber divide or something. I'll come up with a better. The cyber divide between the internet and the horse net, and allow the ponies of 4-pone, I don't know, to join in. I don't suppose anyone has any ideas.
Could you read your thing again?
Well, basically, I'm looking for names of Equestria's version of Fortune.
Yeah, I don't think they have like another like title for the threads.
Yeah, I'm thinking that if I go to like the earlier posts, that there will, if I just go back in Desu Archive, there might be someone there who was more willing to give it a name. I'm gonna have to fire up Desu Archive to go back further. They just call it Equestria's version of 4chan. Hazy, could you ask Twilight what Equestria's version of 4chan is called? Using Brohoof instead of arrows for green text. What's Rainbow saying here?
Hey, I know I'm from Fit here. Pig related is me. Sorry about all the noise, I'm just doing this in between training sessions with the Wonderbolts. Anyways, I'm just dropping by to remind you, Marcells, that your husband isn't real. And even if he was, he would never love you. He would go for some pony who could impress him. Some pony who's sexy, successful, in shape, and can knock out her 8-hour weather job with 7.5 hours to spare, and still have enough energy to fuck him silly for the rest of the day. You know, some pony like me. None of you would ever get the chance to date a human, cause they'd all be chasing mares like me, while you all sieve and probably masturbate to the thought, cause I assume most of your cups, but anyway, you get the point.
Ranks over every pony.
Oh shoot, I gotta run. Gotta go flog my awesome flying skills on these mares again. But yeah, like the other Anon said, try touching grass, mare cells.
Fucking hell. Why is shipping so expensive in Australia? I mean, couldn't you just get one of your giant spiders to carry it for you? I'm still not finding any good ideas. Like, no one actually names the 4chan. If spiders can't swim, then why are they always under the toilet seat? I mean, I assume they can swim if that's where they like to hide. Okay, I don't think I'm gonna find anything just by scrolling through this. If you guys,
Probably get rid of the bot.
Not sure. Maybe replace the bot with one of those little rarity flag things.
I'll learn how to do flags on this.
Oh, also, could you possibly make it dark theme to fit with the posts? Or maybe just... Actually, no, don't worry about that yet. We can give that to, like, Gothic or something. You can do that. Unless you know how
tomorrow
to do
theme?
it. Yeah, the tomorrow theme. But I don't think that's actually quite the same color as the background we're using, so it may still need some extra adjustment on that. Cheer you up. Our internet and to our friends across the void. So here's what I've got so far, which has many exciting opportunities for more fun interactions on the board. Maybe a Ponk bot could randomly drop in every so often to cheer you up. We could have the ponies of Equestria join in threads for special events, and we could maybe even have, or we could maybe even bridge the cyber divide between our internet and Equestria's horsenet, and have a thread dedicated to chatting with our friends across the void, or something like that. What do you think? Stun silence, I like it. Or is the stream died? No, everything's fine. Just okay. I choose to believe everything is fine then. I will need to edit the slide though to reflect that change. Or maybe add. Yeah, we'll need a new slide. So I'll take synthbot's thing as a placeholder. There's got to be some picture somewhere of Pinky jumping out of the computer screen to offer you a cupcake or something. Right? Let me see if I can find something.
I'm sure there's plenty of like Pinky breaking the fourth wall.
Hmm. Got one so far, but surely there's more.
Is breaking fourth wall the tag on the wherever you are searching for?
I was using fourth wall, but I've extended my search a bit to just be Pinkie Pie with a computer. Just in case there are any edge cases that for some reason aren't tagged as fourth wall. Are you able to change it to tomorrow theme, Simpot?
Yeah, I can. Thought you wanted to leave that for later.
It'll probably be easier to do the slight color correction with something that's already mostly there. I assume. Okay, I'm not finding anything that's better than that one image that I've already got, so I think I'll just use that. This is the best I've been able to find.
We get a bigger image.
I'm still browsing to see if there's anything else, but I'm not finding much. What about this?
Oh, that's cute, I guess.
I'll put it in as an option, so I'm not convinced. Though it's not exactly a bigger image, is it? anything else I can find? I've scrolled through everything that I get on Buru.
Gothic, we still haven't integrated your intro to programming slides.
1 second. Where are you looking at?
So let me jump to it. So this is page 30. Sir. Okay, I see your slides. Let me just read through them. I see your script. Let me read through them.
Yeah, I think script is mostly fine. It's just like I need to actually make slides, proper slides for it.
Having a second look through Kiki and Kiki2. Okay. How about this? This will have the transparent background at least.
I think I like the one when she was typing. It's better.
Okay.
Are you looking for Pinkie Pie specifically, or would Rarity work?
Well, I'm looking for the eye something to represent the Ponk bot. So yes, it does count.
Okay, I found the perfect images for this accidentally.
one?
Let me see if I can find it again.
You found the perfect image. Okay. Are they? Would they happen to be the images that I've already got on the slide?
I didn't remember seeing it. Let me check.
So
this is a rarity.
48. Slide 48.
I don't see it there.
Okay.
Wait, how do I search for hoof kicks?
Is it this one?
It's not the Pinkie Pie one, no.
How do you search for hoof kicks? Can you describe the image to me? So it contained Pinky.
Rarity, it contained rarity.
Contained rarity.
So it's excited rarity with hoof kicks, and somebody. So rarity's doing her normal hoof kick thing, but somebody edited a computer and keyboard in front of her, so she's just mashing on the keyboard.
Kind of like what Pinky's doing.
Yes, like that. But there's a. Oh wow, okay. I didn't notice the computer edited in. So yeah, basically that. I think the background was just cleaned up, so it was basically the same thing with the cleaned up background.
I'll have a look. I mean, if I just go rarity animated in computer, I can probably something like this.
Found it.
Yeah, it was that exact one that I had. I think the Pinky one would be better. It's the same idea. Oh, Gothic.
What's up?
I think it was this one. This post from somebody. And it's this picture that I've got on the screen. Could you change the outside color to be the same as that of the background? Of the sides? So just change the black background a little bit, similar to what you did previously with
Yep. One
with
second,
something.
because I just need to save it. 1 second.
So I think I might put this up here.
You want to get rid of the Chan bot idea?
Say again, sorry.
Not make it. You want to get rid of the 4chan bot idea, like not make it an explicit direction for us, because it might be too controversial.
Yeah. So, well, I mean, what else are we going to use MLP data for?
Oh, we can still use it to understand 4chan posts, even if we're not making 4chan posts. We can still use it for chatbots, even if those chatbots aren't directly posting on 4chan.
I still like the idea of something like the Ponk bot.
The Punk bot doesn't have to. It could just generate what it would, how it would reply, and maybe anons themselves can decide whether they want to put it on the thread.
Apparently, it's called Derpy Brew. The Equestria's version of 4chan. Let's go back to script. So maybe a Ponk bot could randomly drop in every so often to cheer you up. We could have the ponies of Equestria join in threads for special events, and we could maybe even bridge the cyber divide between our internet and Equestria's Forcenet, and have a thread dedicated to chatting with our friends across the board.
Yeah, there we go. it's transparent, so it's gonna be more of a background. You put it in background of it.
Okay, hopefully this works well enough. Looks okay. Could you maybe keep the box around Rarity's post?
The box is the same color.
Is it?
I would need to change the color of it. To like something like lighter or darker.
The
I
box
think in
is
the
this...
original cap, it's a different color.
Yeah, the box is
But-
not transparent.
Oh, okay. It just so happens to be a very, very similar color to what we've got in the background. Okay.
I can color it in with something else. Do you want it to be brighter or darker?
Darker,
brighter.
probably. With both the
on the
exact
actual
opposite.
tomorrow theme, it's brighter.
You could try. We could try both. I'm not sure which would be better.
Celtic, your explanations of macros is excellent.
Oh, thank you.
So, yeah, I hadn't considered introducing people to programming by using things like macros, which are not quite programming, but they're very low level and get closer to the programming level. It's also a very clever thing. It's a very clever idea.
Yeah, like I was thinking, like macros are not really programming, but they are still quite useful. And you know,
Gets
like a lot
people
of
gets people into a programming mindset.
and it's quite easy to like implement them because like a lot of like programs like Word and like Excel, like they already have like macro stuff in them. Okay, I got the dark one and got the bright one. Sorry, accidentally they got like a little bit of line at the bottom. You can just crop that out in the thingy. Come on, England, score some fucking goals.
England playing a football match?
I don't know. It sounded like people like cheering for like
Oh,
With this.
oh, you heard people driving past my house. Okay. Isn't there like a football thing going on right now, like European League or something?
Yes, my roommate was trying to get me to talk about it because like was it last week it was Poland and some other country, and I was like, yeah, I'm not a football guy, sorry. Just I don't watch it. I don't read it. So what you think? Need to be brighter, darker?
I think it's fine.
Okay.
Mm. So this is what I've got for the slides so far. Any ideas for ways to improve it? On 48.
One second. I'm not sure if I'm fan of the fact that the image at the above like is different size than the one above. Like if you could have like create like a line with them, it would be more appealing.
I don't know. I think it may end up making everything too small or too big if I do it that way.
Let me have a look.
I mean, that's probably how it would look if we went that way, but
I have just mess around with it just a little bit.
sure.
No. Yep. Yeah, this text is still readable and it's just a little bit more appealing.
Okay. I do think I want to make these a little more spaced out.
Gothic, for the you want an example for regular expressions.
Where you are? What you're looking at? 1 second.
On page 32.
Okay, I see where you're selected. What was the question?
You want an example of regular expressions.
Honestly, I'm kind of happy with my pseudo food examples and the one I have on the next page.
I'd recommend having at least one that's a like literal example of regular expressions. Maybe you have that here.
I could
I
have
don't.
something on the slide.
Okay, but
Well, let me have a look on the slide.
Where are your slides?
Yeah, they're not in the place, but I'm writing on them. They're
Oh.
starting on 137.
7.
Right now, I'm just working on getting image of the carrot palm transparent.
I don't see an example here, so maybe I can just jot down some examples relevant to datasets in the doc.
Which one are you talking about? The regular expression? Yeah, I haven't started working on it yet. I've just got this one image.
Okay.
Like, yeah, like, 1 second. Let me get this text in. Like, I was thinking of doing something like this of,
I think in several places you use the word patent instead of pattern. Replace those.
yeah, I've just messed the
Changeling
word.
channel x.mir.
X-Men, like, actually sounds kind of cool, like X-Men.
Okay. So here's what I've got now. Hopefully removing people's immediate negative reaction to 4chan bots. So, starting from this slide. And just in case you hadn't put all the pieces together by now, what we have here are all the tools we need to create a text-generating AI for /MLP posts, which has many exciting opportunities for more fun interactions on the board. Maybe a Ponk bot could randomly drop in every so often to cheer you up. We could have the ponies of Equestria join in threads for special events, and we could maybe even bridge the cyber divide between our internet and Equestria's horsenet, and have a thread dedicated to chatting with our friends across the void. And then I go into the point about this not being unprecedented, and I've added a line at the end to say, so while we may unfortunately not be the first to create a 4chan bot, we will certainly be able to do better than this. Of course, we would be aiming to make bots that actually improve your experience, rather than just throwing out mindless spam. I already mentioned ideas like the Ponk bot, and I'm sure other Anons would be able to come up with other cool ideas as well. And that's what I've got so far.
One thing I would change is that instead of saying we would be trying to make things that improve your experience, of course, the goal would be to do things that actually improve the experience rather than throwing out spam. So instead of highlighting the we there.
Okay. All right.
Maybe improve the board quality, improve the quality of the board.
Yep. Unfortunately, there's nothing really to stop anyone else from bringing Seychelles on over here, but hopefully
But they can do that
don't.
right now, right? They don't
They
need.
they could do
Okay,
it right
I guess.
now. They could. I mean, if that guy could do it on Pol, I'm sure there's no reason why he couldn't do it on any other board. It's an interesting point. So the bot gets around the capture by having a 4chan pass. If these bots actually become more prolific, I wonder if 4chan admin will actually have to rethink how the pass works.
Probably not, because like he will just get more money from people getting like bots.
Yeah, but if he makes the site unusable in the process, he'll have to draw a line somewhere. Interesting question. Maybe, I don't know, a post limit? To guard against bots.
A special account just for bots. That they can be monitored more closely.
Yeah, perhaps. Because Twitter has special provisions for bots, doesn't it?
Does it?
I think so. I mean, there are bot accounts, and I'm sure they're aware of it. I mean,
Twitter just publishes
I
it,
don't actually know, but it wouldn't surprise me if they did.
Well, they say it's only 5%, but
Yeah, whatever. But my thinking is, surely there are many people on Twitter who want to have a bot that's there for a legitimate reason, and surely there would be some way to facilitate that. I don't know. Their leader is named Dumbfact. Yes. Have you read this? Amazing. Twilight explains x.meh. Or 4chan's, the 4chan version in Equestria.
It's a rather intense case of prophetic naming.
So, how do we... I'm sure someone may well ask the question, how do you know we're not going to have bad bots on 4chan?
I guess the answer would
And
be
the
we
answer
don't,
is
but
we
that's what
don't.
we're working on.
I mean, I'm guessing if someone really wanted to, they could have done it already.
So it's just it's not what we're working on. So
Mhm.
people,
I mean, it's not what we're doing, for sure. I can give absolutely no assurance that someone else won't do it.
Is there any reason that people can't take what we're doing? Is there any reason why what we're doing doesn't make it any easier for other people to do that?
Well, I mean, assuming you can hook up the GPT pony generator to a 4chan bot in the same way that Mr. What's his name? Yannick did. Yannick? I don't know how you pronounce that. Anyway, basically, in my mind, there's nothing really stopping anyone from doing the same thing he did, replacing GPT-J with GPT-Pony and targeting /MLP.
Like Hazy's point, so we can work on the AI, but it's ultimately up to Anons to decide whether or not things get posted. And we're not going to be the ones that are automating posting stuff to threads, and that ability is completely independent of us. Like people can do that regardless of whether or not we do it. It's just as easy with us and without us. So with what we're doing, it's ultimately up to Anons to decide what gets posted.
Yeah. I'd also like to think that most of the people who have the technical capability to do that are already in the PPP in some way or another, and by and large, anyone who's in the PPP is in it for the goods.
Is that actually true? I think there are some other threads that are.
I mean, the fan site alternatives is probably the one that springs to mind.
Still alive?
I don't know if it's still alive, but wouldn't surprise me if it is.
There's some developers in Tempo as well, like game developers.
Okay. But then again, it's still the point that no one in Tempo is going to be malicious. I mean, Anons here will call you faggots, but surprisingly enough, I don't get malicious impressions from many people here.
Still, it only takes one. I don't know if that's going to be that's probably going to be a dead end for us if our argument is that Anons are not malicious.
Mm-hmm.
So I think the safest thing we can do is just say we're not working on the bot capabilities, just working on the AI. It's ultimately up to Anons to decide whether or not things get posted.
Okay. Well. We are not being open. Well, we are open AI, except we take the word open as its actual meaning. Yeah, I'm not going to bring it up. No. Only if someone actually asks. But it's a question that's it's a perfectly valid question that I could easily see someone asking. So it's good to be prepared. Okay, I'm just going to jump up for a few minutes. I'll come back in, well, a few minutes.
Go get food, so I'll be back after you.
Alrighty.
And I'm still here. I'm just quietly drawing in the background. Oh, by the way, Hazy, thank you for posting in the thread about the idea of having like looking for the render multi-thread rendering. Was thanks to that I was able to find that other post. I think it's kind of working, but the trouble is it's well, the files themselves are like hour long with like tons of stuff, so they kind of like big, which means like I can only have two instances like running at the same time. So it's more or less that's kind of what I was doing before, but like now it's just like I only have one file that's like open twice. I will try to test it if I can open like 3 at the time without crashing my computer, because then like obviously that's gonna be much faster. Because I've tried like 4 times, like option 4, and like it's my CPU basically kind of like exploded. Well, not exploded, but like it worked for like 5 seconds and then just everything froze. One second, did you post something? Because I haven't been looking.
You want me to hear? You want me to say what? So this. I'm going to presume it's all of this. I think it would start like this. Princess Celestia would be like the godmother, and would be the almighty and rule over all of Equestria. Next would be Luna being the admin, I think. After that would be Cadence being the super moderator, and Luna's ex-boyfriend, Shining Armor, would be the security, I think. After that would be Discord, the 4chan master, then I think it would be... Okay, I've run out of breath. I can't say all... can I say... Let's try. I think it would start like this. Princess Celestia would be like the godmother. She would be the almighty and rule over all of Equestria. No, I can't say it all in one breath. I can't. I would need to take at least one breath. I mean, each of these individually, this one and this one, I could probably do in one breath, but not all together. You upload the attempt. Good to know. Ooh, let me take another look at Symbiote. Can I order ponies yet? No, I cannot order ponies yet. Okay. Right, what else needs doing? I think what really needs doing are these slides that come shortly after the image stuff. I think this is where I need Synthbot's help, annoyingly.
Is there anything like, do you even like bananas? Deserve democracy? Do you like bananas? I don't even like bananas. You are a bitch that doesn't like bananas? No, that's kind of rude. And that's so you're a bitch that doesn't like bananas. So you're a bitch that doesn't like bananas, no, huh? Well, that's good, because you ain't finding any bananas.
Hi, sister. I basically just want to know, you controlling the sun and the moon. Yes. But remember how I used to control the moon beforehand? I was wondering if there was going to be a time where I would be able to control that moon again. And if it's not something that happens in the future, that's cool. I was just wondering whether or not, because I kind of like doing that, and I didn't want to know.
Well, I don't know about the moon, but do you like bananas?
Oh.
I got bananas.
Oh, no.
Would you like do you like bananas?
I don't know.
Do you even like bananas?
Oh, I don't know.
Answer the question.
Oh, no.
Are you a bitch?
No, I don't know.
Oh, so you're a bitch that doesn't know whether or not she likes bananas?
I really don't know.
You don't know whether you like bananas. Is that what you're saying?
I'm sorry.
You're saying to me that you don't know?
I'm sorry. I'm going to go back up. I'm backing up.
You were a bitch.
I don't know.
That doesn't know whether she likes bananas.
No, I really don't know. Please no.
Is that what you're saying? Okay.
Oh, God, no.
Well, I know where you can find out.
No. I'm sorry.
You can find out.
I don't know.
Okay. Ponyville ambience. I'm gonna add Ponyville ambience. Let's see what this is.
Every pony in town got these. The princesses have even RSVP'd.
Heard of the bat ponies?
might want to lower the volume a bit. While I wait for Simplot to get back, I can at least look at the other notable events, I guess.
This calls for extreme measures.
Please, you've got to help me.
Willie, Daisy, and Rosala. Well, they do spend a lot of time together. I think I hear my laundry calling. Sorry, gotta go.
No, this is actually fairly recent. It even has some 15 AI clips in it.
Win that gold medal. Gentle coats. I'm facing certain calamity, and I couldn't help noticing your remarkable fashion sense. Let me incredible tailor.
What else does this guy have? I mean, this is a pretty new video. Does he have other ambience? No. He has 3 uploads. Okay. In fact, I wonder how much of this was done by, taking stuff from the PPP's data files.
I one of your jokes out on me.
Anyway, back to sport.
I've been telling you for years. You gotta live for your raise. Yeah, but I live with my wage.
Oh, we made that one up.
In case anyone's curious.
Not bad. I need some tools.
The Royal Guard here in Ponyville. Oh, I hope it's not another monster attack. Hey, Bon Bon, look at this neat thing I got.
It's not bad. I need some tools.
Gentle coats. Win that gold medal. Certain calamity, and I couldn't help noticing your remarkable fashion sense. Incredible tailor.
Daisy, have you got the daffodils yet?
I'm just reading through the script on my other monitor.
Make me look so bad.
I'll put this on the screen, since that's what I'm actually looking at.
Willie, Daisy, and Rosala. Well, they do spend a lot of time together.
Win that gold medal.
Let me tell you something. You ponies don't know how good you've got it. Life is a struggle. Now that's hard. You're short,
That's
you're
Carl.
fat, you're smelly. I should know. I'm one. I tell you, if I could, I'd come leaving this here town any day. But troubles and ponies don't really get
So like someone just posted like random clips from like from the thread.
Oh, no, this is some Ponyville ambience that I found.
No, I saw the link.
No.
I just wondered like how.
This is actually tailor-made, so... I mean, the description says clips from My Little Pony and 15 AI. That's it. But that was very distinctly off.
Let me tell you something. You ponies don't know how good you've got it. Life is a struggle. Now that's hard. You're short, you're fat, you're smelly. I should know. I'm one. I tell you, if I could, I'd come leaving this here town any day. But troubles and ponies don't really get along.
Okay. That's weird.
Every pony was wearing their mane back then.
What was said? Because like I'm listening to music on my end. I mean the.
Oh, I'm just reading chat.
Ah.
Have you heard of the Bat Ponies? That's best friends are...
Alright, so this is more fleshed out. I'm gonna... actually go off this. Time to move on to other notable events of the past year. These ones are much less technical and geared towards having fun. There have been comments from several Anons over the years speculating about the wild fantasies that these AIs could fulfill, from the low-level shitposts all the way up to reinventing the whole show in our own image. That particular fantasy was realised this year, 3 times over. Introducing the PPP AI Redub project, a collaborative effort from Anons of the PPP to redub the episodes of the show however we see fit. This project, primarily led by BGM, consisted of splitting the episodes into individual clips of about 1 minute each, and then leaving them open to Anons to do as they please. The only rules being to use the AI voices to... hang on, this... having these pony voices shouting in the background is kinda distracting. I'm gonna turn that off while I'm reading this. Primarily led by BGM, consisted of splitting the episodes into individual clips of about 1 minute each, and then leaving them open to Anons to do as they please. The only rules being to use the AI voices to read up the scene, and to keep it pony. This resulted in a semi-coherent reimagining of the first 3 episodes of the show, with slave owner Applejack, janitor Twilight, weeb Fluttershy, murderer Rarities, schizophrenic Rainbow Dash, and orgy organizer Pinkie Pie. Together, these great ponies embarked upon the adventure to banish the thought known as Nightmare Coombe, fought with each other over $2, and ultimately touched some grass. Despite the decentralized nature of the project and there being no requirement for consistency between scenes, This YTP-style reimagining of the show turned out to be surprisingly coherent, and was released to great acclaim. In fact, it was so successful that we'll likely be continuing the series with episode 4 very soon. Let's now take another look at another cool thing that's been happening in the world of Pony AI content creation, and that is the combining of AIs. Okay, that's how it's supposed to be. Cool. Specifically, text generation and text-speech. The long-standing pipe dream of anyone invested in Pony AI is to have new episodes of the show written by AI, voiced by AI, and finally, animated by AI. We are still a ways off that lofty goal, but it's still great to see the steps being made along the way. Remember the GPT Pony text generating model I discussed earlier? That very same tool has been combined with 15AI and TalkNet to create short skits and even songs, voiced and sung by the AI. One example that I made is simply titled Hug, which tells a lovely short story about Celestia giving Fluttershy a hug. And then there's the Pony Folk from BGM, a wonderfully wholesome song sung by the whole main 6 cast about the welcoming nature of the Pony Folk. I don't want to say the Pony Folk twice. Of the ponies. Of Equestria. And here we will play a clip of the Pony Folk. Wasn't that nice? So wonderfully cute, and a perfect way to capture those kind mare spirits. Let's now completely ruin that with a trip to the Pony Zone. This sexy genre has seen a few more entrants this year, with the much-anticipated Cadence and Chrysalis pairing, and also 2 spin-offs featuring the fashionista pairing of Rarity and Coco Pommel, and then the cheerleading couple of Pinky and Fluttershy. Oh, I need to adjust this, because when I wrote this, Fluttershy Really Likes Humans wasn't actually there. What the fuck? What have I done? Wait, Twilight doesn't have a vagina? That's worrying.
Well, she's a robot. So probably didn't really print her one.
Well, that's a pretty large design flaw. Right. Well, actually, I'm gonna call Fluttershy Really Likes Humans as a sexy spin-off.
I'm back.
Hello. Just reviewing some slides. But I think now would be a good moment to look at the actual little interlude that you do.
Oh, is it for creating slides or something else? I've created basically none of my slides, by the way.
Okay. Well, I can help you with that later, I guess.
Which slide are you on?
Oh, I'm looking at 65 right now. So this is the explanation of, well, the slightly technical explanation of the WBRU image dataset.
Yeah, let me see where that is in my script.
Jump to my cursor. Assuming that works.
Got it.
Okay. So this is just after I've introduced the butt dataset. So we call it the Pony Picture Package. So first of all, we need to review the script and make sure we're happy with it, and then create slides for it. So anyone can make the same sort of datasets for any criteria they like, using the Pony Picture Package. This is a dataset made by scraping Derpy for all the images it has. We then host all this data in one massive repository, along with all the metadata from the image tags. That way, anyone who wants to work with Pony image data can further filter the dataset to get only the kinds of images they want to work with. To explain this further, I'll briefly hand over to Synthbot. Actually, now that I think about it, would it be better if I just voice all of this? I mean, this isn't particularly technical. So every night, Dokuburu publishes their image database, links all the available images they host along with their tags. Database doesn't include full images, but a website like the VGG image annotator doesn't need full images. Only needs image links, so running and querying Dokuburu database is all it took before I could work on annotating pony posteriors. Scraping Derpy for all its images is similarly not too difficult. After downloading the nightly database, a simple script downloads every image. Okay, so this is you talking about yourself. Okay, so maybe it would be best for you to talk about this. Okay.
We need to talk about scraping Derpyburu right now, or compiling it into a repository. If
I
we're talking about doing stuff like what you did.
Question is, how much of this do you cover when you actually talk in your dedicated section?
In either case, I can move it over to that section if it's useful. I think let me just skip that now. I'm going to copy paste.
So what I could do is here. So to I could just read out this and just change to explain this further. I'll hand over to Synthbot. I can change that to Synthbot will expand on this more for anyone interested in doing this. That sort of thing.
That works.
Well,
I think I basically gloss over the. So even here, I kind of gloss over the scraping Derpyburu part. I gloss over it in my section as well, but I can add a few more details there.
Okay, so if you want to just move that to wherever.
I've already moved it. Delete it up.
Oh, so I can delete it? Yes? So this summary of image, data, and AI options, this comment thing, does this still need to be here?
1 second, let me integrate this chunk that I just put into my part. Should only take like 30 seconds.
Sure, no worries. I just had a read through of the stuff you wrote about animation. I think I'm mostly happy with it. Let's just put this on the screen so people can actually see. I have a very bad habit of keeping the script on my other screen where no one can actually see it. Be fan fiction. Okay.
think there's some issues like past tense, present tense, but I can fix those later. Your cursor.
So this, I think I'm actually happy with everything else that we've got here. Did we decide that these comments are no longer necessary?
Let me read them. You? Did you? Okay, you said it's fine.
I mean, I think it's fine, but I don't know if there's any detail in here that's still relevant.
I think the only comment was for you to review it.
Okay, I'll resolve that then. Oh yeah, so my other question. So a slide that has links to all of these data sets.
I don't have that right now. So I was thinking probably after I'm done with the draft of the slides, I can get all those links. Actually, I need to finish converting the second half of the animation data. So probably same. It's not going to take more than like a day or two. So same thing. Probably once the slides are done, I'll just focus on that for a bit.
Okay. Let's try and do some slides for this script then, I guess. Right, so something to represent the pony picture package. Nothing immediately comes to mind. What would be a good picture to use?
Pony picture package on Google Images. I'm very confused about the results.
Okay, pony picture. Would I be similarly confused? Okay, yes, I am quite confused. Is this the same sort of confusion that you were encountering?
Probably. I don't see what's on your screen, but yeah, probably. Cars.
Cars.
All cars.
Okay, let's try this. Nah, nothing really inspiring here. Alright, so let's grab the boot. Let's see. Pictures. I could try just.
I think package. I think derpy. Covering packages.
Okay. Package. Safe derby. And we'll sort it by score.
To just reverse the arrow on that derpy holding the package.
Oops. We could easily get rid of that white background, I guess.
There's one with the arrow facing down. Like a download button.
Yeah, I think I'd prefer the front-facing one. Because this one is, distracting. But, I feel like this needs a little something extra to make it represent a big collection of pictures. It shouldn't be too hard to rotate the arrows.
A bunch of photos flying around.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. How much effort needs to go into that, though? I could just try photos and see what comes up. Nothing with a transparent background, which is annoying. At least on Derpy Bureau, I'm not seeing anything good for just photos fluttering around. I'm thinking it would have to be like editing things onto a piece of paper or something. So that sounds like a lot of annoying work that I don't want to do.
Via collage.
Could try looking for a collage. I mean, something like this, if I just chop this up into its individual squares. I'm not seeing anything else that jumps out at me when I search for collage, so...
Doesn't have to be a picture of the... Doesn't have to be an image of the bloody picture package. Anything else there that we can do?
I don't know, because...
All the data in one massive repository.
Well, we're representing a massive pile of images that anyone can grab.
I think it has to be a literal pile of images that we show, though. It could just be a giant pile of something.
But if not images, what? That's what I'm struggling with here. I mean, I don't mind chopping this up if I have to. It's not too annoying. I think I might just end up doing that. And first of all, how easily can I get rid of the white background on here? Actually, paint probably isn't the best tool to use for this. I think this is simple enough that I can get Gimp to do it. I still don't really know how to use Gimp properly. But... Did I download the 15-16 parts? I'm not sure. I'd have to double check. I'll do that after I've sorted this out. What? Fuzzy select. Select and delete, but it turns red. Why does it turn red? Also, I think I need to make it more sensitive. We'll select by color. No, that doesn't work. Any idea what I'm doing wrong here? Like, why does, when I delete the white, it turns red?
Well, you have to add an alpha layer, I think. So go to layers. Maximize. Sorry, there's a long delay. Let me just look on my game. So it's going to be layer, transparency, add alpha channel.
Layer.
Transparency. And add alpha channel.
Where do I find transparency?
It should be under. Layer as in the menu button.
Oh, up here.
So on the top left.
Okay. There we go. I need to make it more sensitive. Where's the sensitivity slider for the fuzzy select?
For the selection, it should be. Okay, your layout is a little bit different from mine. If I can get something similar to what you have. So when I click the fuzzy select, it shows up for me on the panel on the left. Maybe see if I can figure out how to get the panel to show up.
Ah, is that over here? I double clicked on it and it opened this thing on the right.
Not there.
I think that's it. It's a bit too sensitive.
It's on the wrong side for you. There you go.
How was that?
I think there might be a better way of doing it, but no, because Derpy has white on her. This probably works.
I think this is good enough.
There are ways of making it better, but let's see if this works.
I just want to find the maximum sensitivity such that I don't steal away any of the white on her collar. And I think that's the best I can do. Maybe just touch it up a little bit with the eraser. It's way too big. Are there any obvious problem areas that I would want to... Okay, so the eraser doesn't actually do anything.
So once you've deleted this, hit Control A. The eraser is only going to work on the stuff that you've.
Okay. I don't think we'll want that.
Just select everything, and now try erasing.
Yeah, it's working.
So a lot of the things in GIMP are only going to work with whatever's selected. And you can hit Control A to select everything.
Yeah, for some reason I just find GIMP really unintuitive. Whereas everyone else apparently just knows how it works straight out the box. I'm not going to be too autistic about this, I don't think. I'm just going to remove anything that's sticking out very obviously. Which isn't much, actually. Okay, I think that's good enough.
I think you can paste directly from that.
It's maintained the red background. Why? Why is it done?
Try just saving it as a PNG. Hit Control Shift E to export. Oh no, undo that first.
Oh, it's a JPEG. I need to save it as a PNG.
Control Shift E to export.
Yeah, I'm doing that. Hopefully this works. Looks like it did. There we go. I suppose the next thing to do would be to make some images for that. I think I'll actually need to do all of these. I'll probably have to just fit on the screen. As is, actually. Let's try this. I've got 8 pictures now. What's the difference here, Hazy? What have you done? And that's still JPEG, it hasn't got the transparent background. Okay. I think that looks pretty decent. Though actually we might want to, as what suggested, flip the direction of the arrows. How difficult will that be to do? Doesn't look like it would be too hard. Oh, okay, you'll do it. Alright, cheers. Meanwhile, what else is needed? Oh yeah, animation. Animation data. Is there anything from last year that I could reference? Synthbots, I'm sure talked about here.
What was that?
Designing slides for animation. I'm wondering if you have any good screen caps or something of animate being terrible. Hello.
In the from last year? Yeah, there's one at least.
So I'm wondering. I mean, I'd prefer not to reuse slides where not necessary. So here I'm designing a slide to go with me talking about a summary of the animation data. Actually, let me put some text on here. So what's actually necessary? Built with leaked studio assets. That's good. Thank you. Synthbot, you remember the other things that you extracted with Adobe Animate? Similar to the Amethyst Star thing. I think one of them was Rarity. I'm wondering if we could convert those into transparent GIFs and put them in here as well. I'm just trying to think of ideas for visual aids for these slides.
One with Rarity and Chrysalis, is that the one you're thinking of?
I don't know if it was Rarity and Chrysalis. It definitely involved Rarity though. So probably yes.
Pull it up again. There's one with the dash as well.
Mm-hmm.
I was a bit more organized about this.
Okay, well, water as fuel is already a controversial statement. Hydrolysis. Hydrolysis means the splitting apart using water. Okay, so you break down water molecules to obtain hydrogen. I fail to see how that's more efficient than just using hydrogen directly. And also the amount of energy you would have to put in to electrolyze the water to get the hydrogen. Electrolysis is very energy intensive. So I'm immediately quite skeptical. I mean, I'm not going to watch all of this video, but it sounds too good to be true, is what I'll say. But then again, I don't actually know.
We're just going to search the disk archive for the Rarity image.
Yeah, the thing about these ones, I'm not entirely... I mean, these look like just animation clips from the show, which is good, but they don't say animation dataset to me. So I'm kind of rethinking if using those is actually a good idea.
Found the Rarity one.
Is the Rarity one any better?
I posted another one of Autumn Blaze.
Yes, I remember Autumn Blaze now. So yeah, what I'm interested in is if these can be turned into transparent GIFs.
Yeah, it should be possible to turn them all into GIFs.
With transparency?
Let's see. I think so. Oh, GIFs support transparency?
I don't know.
Why do you need them as GIFs though?
Because I don't think, or at least I don't think you can play WebM properly in.
Yes, you can.
Well, you can play it, but I think you need to actually click the thing, and it won't properly loop. I don't know.
There's a
Let
way to
me.
autoplay it.
I'll try
So
it.
So to add the WebM, you have to add it to your Google Drive first and make it public. Then you need to, on the slides, you need to go to Insert Video and select from your Google Drive.
Where's the animation slot here? Alright, so I'll give this a go. Put it on my Google Drive. I have no idea what you're talking about here, Gothic. It doesn't make any sense.
Once I get most of the slides done, or once we get the slides done, I can try to set up my script to just dump a huge number of character images and assets.
Yes. So, water is hydrogen and oxygen. If you pass electricity through it, it splits into hydrogen and oxygen. It takes a lot of energy to do. And that energy has to come from somewhere. I don't know where they're getting that energy from. And, well, entropy and all of that, you're never going to get more energy out than you put in. So carrying all this electrolyzing equipment... Again, I haven't actually watched the video, so I don't know. But, I'm skeptical. Very skeptical. This one.
Actually, Clipper, you know a bit about cars. What is thing that prevents people from using biogas for cars as a fuel?
You mean stuff like biodiesel, bioethanol?
Not biodiesel, like biogas.
I'm not 100% sure what you mean by biogas. Are you talking about gas as in literal gas, or gas as Americans would say gasoline? Gas as in something like methane, for example.
Or whatever goes into the car to make it run.
So, biopetrol. So, because when we say bio, we mean things that are produced by nature, typically bacteria. And stuff like bioethanol, biodiesel, those things do exist. Technology isn't very well developed. It doesn't really happen at scale all that much. And there's also the fact that fuels that use those kinds of mixes are different from gasoline, and engines aren't optimized for that. I mean, I'm sure you know if you put diesel in a petrol car, you'll break it quite badly.
It's gonna die.
So engines all around, it's not that they wouldn't work flat out. I mean, in theory, anything combustible can be used as a fuel, but the engine and the engine oil in it will all need to be changed and reworked in order to actually properly work with it. So it's not that the technology really is fundamentally broken for stuff like biodiesel, bioethanol, and all that. It's more that just straight up economic factors make adopting it on a large scale just unfeasible. Formula 1 cars, for example, their fuel for this year is mandated to use 10% of bioethanol. And it's actually had a significant impact on how the engines operate. The teams are actually down a significant amount of horsepower this year because of this change. Yeah, so I can import web. It's taking its time to process. But again, I don't like the hard black background of it.
They have a hard black background.
Oh, well, I presume they do. I can't actually play it yet because it's still processing.
It should be transparent.
Especially when in the final test the water tank doesn't lose liquid at all and stays full. That is highly suspicious if you're turning it into hydrogen and oxygen. What else could I do? I'm struggling a bit with this. How does it apply plate native? It is going to have this hard black background, which I'm not a fan of. I don't know if there's an easy way to change that.
Is it transparent or is it like just black?
I'm pretty sure it's just black. I mean, do WebM videos even support transparency?
I think so.
Yeah, they do.
Okay, well, I won't know if it's actually transparent until it finishes processing this and lets me play it. But either way, even without that, it looks like it's going to form this black box anyway. Until you click play.
So there's an option to autoplay that.
There probably is. I don't think I can actually do anything with it though until it finishes processing. Play automatically. Yeah, I can make that. I don't know if there's an option to make it loop. I guess I'll just wait until it's done processing and come back to that later. Assuming that doesn't work, which I'm thinking it won't. How I might just bite the bullet and steal some stuff from last year. This sort of stuff. Struggling a bit with this now. I'm pretty sure this is the last little bit. Yeah, I just need to talk a little bit about the tax breaks and then wrap up my section. And that's done. Then I can go in out. So. Well, it's nearly 11 o'clock, so I might just have to finish this tomorrow. I'll see if I can get off work tomorrow. And
you're doing the same schedule next week?
Yes. I've booked Friday and Monday off next week to have a 4-day weekend for the panel. But I feel most days there's a decent chance that I can finish all my lab work and then come and work from home. My company is pretty good about letting you do that sort of thing. Or at least my manager is. But I don't quite know. Actually, no, I do kind of know what the schedule's going to be next week. Let me think. I've got, I think, 3 reactions to run. They all take most of the day. It's a 4-hour reaction. So I wouldn't be able to leave all that early unless I plan my day very well. So it's not like I'd be able to leave at lunchtime or anything. It'll be more like 2 or 3 hours early at best. Which is still decent. And then I can probably blag Thursday as a work from home day. Okay. Yeah, I think that'll work. Okay. Anything I can help anyone else with? I don't feel like I'm going to make much progress with this now.
Help me come up with... Or...
With what, sorry?
So right now I'm looking to find good slides for either GPT, or good images for either GPT or GPT Pony or TalkNet.
This is where you are right now. Ah. How do you do this? This thing with the text where it's layered over the... Is that just drop shadow?
No. So I pasted the original image in. I looked at where the text was overlapping with it, and I cut it out in GIMP.
Oh, okay.
There's a way to cut it out in GIMP so that it looks like it's fading out rather than just cutting out. That's the feathered option.
I see. Okay. I'm still not. I'm not sure what this is representing. Twilight getting blasted in the face. But
nothing. It's just a summary. The overview slide where I just felt like in robot ponies. There's a better one than do that, but couldn't think of something better.
Okay. Alright, so where specifically were you looking for some help?
So I'm trying to find one for GPT Pony right now. I was thinking about using that Luna mashing the keyboard image.
Okay, so I had the Twilight mashing the keyboard, but of course I don't think...
Twilight or Pinkie Pie?
Twilight. I don't think we want to reuse images like this, but this is what I've got.
Oh yeah. This will be... Are you using it already?
Yeah, I'm using it.
Okay, yeah, that'll be good otherwise.
Maybe just from Dobiburu anything that represents shitposting. I can have a look for that. Do you have any preference towards animated or not?
No preference.
Okay. Alright, so I'm gonna use the save search option. I'm gonna trust Dobiburu to not put anything spicy on the screen. We'll see how big a mistake that is momentarily. And about the Flufflepuff one. I'm not sure if that would blend well with the slide.
Maybe. Well, I'll keep it around at least.
Um, hmm. Let's try. Something text generating. This is surprisingly difficult.
Paste the GIF as a I can download.
Another option.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, let's do this. So I'm going to see. So Delta mentioned that he was originally planning on writing some tips on how to write smut with GPT.
Fuck.
So this would actually work quite well. So I might just include that and then this be the
Yeah,
image
that
for it.
doesn't look safe to work.
Oh, it's fine. I mean, it's safe enough. I mean, it's fucking ridiculous, but it's safe technically.
Safe enough.
I mean, I don't know what that has to do with text generation, but sure.
It's a pony generating text. It's GPT pony, right?
I mean, I'm interested to see what you do with this.
This one in particular, I need to find. I'm gonna put some bullet points up as well. See what I can make those.
I don't think I'm gonna come up with anything better.
I think that one is good. I'm just working on the other parts of the slides right now, which is I probably want to have one slide before that just to explain what GPT is.
Okay. Anything else I can help you find or design?
Let's see. Let me see what the next slide is. The animation updates. So for the recap, I think I'm going to leave that mostly as text because I'm going to be dumping a lot of information and I want people to be able to look up anything that they might have missed.
Okay.
So recap 2021 and 21 to 22 are both going to be as this. Next one, the edge format breakthrough. Sure. Actually, let me go through my. So I haven't updated the slides since I wrote the script. Let me go through the script first to see what slides, what slides I want to go with those.
Okay.
And figure out images to associate.
Alrighty.
So there's one point where I'm going to reference an old post from 2020 and say the end thing that we ended up doing is basically what this guy said.
Okay.
I don't know if there would be a nice image, funny image to go along with that, other than the post itself.
Um.
The post. I don't know if linking the post would help, but
I could take a look at it, I guess.
just skip over that. Actually, it doesn't really with the rest of the story.
Okay.
So for the initial edge format breakthrough, I'm probably just going to link a bunch of posts. The images for that are pretty straightforward because the posts include images. So edge format breakthrough, I don't think I need anything.
Question: what would be tag for like a gigantic like pile of books?
I could get you some books. I have some of those in the animation assets, if that would be helpful.
Yeah, that would. I
Uh,
found like one screenshot, but like.
do you specifically Gothic need books?
Yeah, for my page, like.
For this slide, Python.
Yeah.
It looks like you've already got plenty of books here.
Yeah, that shows like just the same picture twice, but it's just like you can see them repeating, so it's not looking that good.
Alright. I don't think I have books in a pile like that, but I mean I can get you what I do have. Okay, I did use some of the stuff like this earlier. Like these piles of books.
1 second, I'm not.
Yeah, this.
Does the transparency work out, by the way?
I haven't got it yet.
Okay, if you could send me those.
I'm just sticking them on the slide. You should be able to have them like that. I think I had a couple extra in Twilight. No, in the tax breaks. Or maybe you can make use of that. I don't know. That's got some stuff in there that isn't books, but
It's fine. You just like
Hmm.
I just need like a giant mess of stuff.
Use and or delete as appropriate. Anything else you need?
I think I'm gonna be fine for a bit.
Okay.
Actually, like
Let's actually have a look through your
if
slides and see
you are done helping SimBot, like if you actually, I think that's gonna be a question to you and SimBot both. If you both could go over my programming slides, because I have like a few notes of like where I'm not sure about my bits, to see if I can make some opinion on how to fix those.
Want to make a first pass clipper?
Wait, who needs me for what?
So I think Gothic wants somebody to look over the programming script.
Okay. Where is that? Here. So was there one specific part you wanted me to go, or just
I have
from here
comments
onwards?
comments on the site. They're just like kind of spread out over the thing.
Okay, I'll have a look. Okay. The Yeah, I'm not 100% sure how to introduce this. And give something interesting. Who are not advanced. Okay. Sitting here in silence while I edit things. Let's put the Ponyville ambience back on. There you go.
Why do you have to be so good? Make me look so bad.
Be back in a minute.
Lily, Daisy, and Rosala. Well, they do spend a lot of time together.
Hello. Hello, Tom. You're looking well.
I just don't know what went wrong.
Try to give jokes out on me.
I've been telling you for years. You gotta lift with your legs. Yeah, but I lift with my legs. Gentle coats. I'm facing certain calamity, and I couldn't help noticing a remarkable fashion sense. Hello, Opal. Hello, Tom. You're looking well. Of course! They need love to ignite!
Is every pony ready for the field trip? All right, every pony, settle down. Back to school, fillies.
That's mighty nice of you. Here are some apples free of charge.
I hope Carrot Top can get her mole problems sorted out.
It's pretty nice.
Remember how you found that image of that Luna with the computer?
Which image? Ludo with the
One with her
computer.
doing those Sophie kicks with the computer.
Oh, Rarity with the computer. I just searched for
Rarity? I thought it was
Rarity.
Luna.
No, it was Rarity. I just searched for Rarity computer and animated.
Okay, yeah, I was looking up the wrong character.
Now, when you say Alara, did you get the
You using that one?
No.
7 whole days?
It has a background. What? Oh. What was problem?
Lily, Daisy, and Rosalie. Well, they do spend a lot of time together.
Let's see if I can do something with that light gift.
Ah, there you go. That's looking quite good. Where did you find this background?
Just in my collection of images.
Well, I need to park my
Alright.
so would you kindly leave some room?
Actually, based on the properties, it was I got it from 2012, so it's quite old, I guess.
Every pony was wearing their makeup back then. To give you.
Okay. Your script's looking fairly good from what I've seen so far.
This calls for extreme measures. Very efficient. And a little bit gross.
Rarity, please, you've got to help me.
I wish I had something to give you. Have you seen Quarter Hearts? He's probably off looking for gems
Make me
again.
look so grand.
Every pony in town got these. The princesses have even RSVP'd. Hey, Bonbon, look at this neat thing I got. All right, every pony, settle down. Back to school, Phillies. Oh dear, the gator, the flowers.
Gothic, I have one suggestion here. You jumped my cursor.
Yeah.
So instead of advanced professionals in the context of cooking, what I would suggest is, if I can spell it correctly, I'm not sure.
Michelin starters?
Star. So I'm not sure how easy it would be for you to pronounce this, but basically, are you familiar with the concept of the Michelin star when it comes to the context of restaurants and professional chefs?
I may have heard about it, but like, I'm not exactly sure what it is. Like, it's like kind of like very high quality review.
Yeah, so receiving a Michelin star is basically the highest honor that a chef can receive. For some reason, it's awarded by a company that produces tires, Michelin. I never did quite work that out, but hey, apparently they also know a thing or two about food. But if you can consistently pronounce Michelin correctly,
Michelin.
yeah, then I think that would be a good thing to have in there.
Is that a French organization?
Yes, it sounds pretty French. There are numerous different books spreading between complex techniques for the Michelin-starred chefs. Chefs and the newbie beginners making.
Sorry, could you like pronounce it again for me? Michelin?
Michelin, yeah.
Say again?
Michelin. Michelin.
Michelin.
Yeah, Michelin.
Okay, got it.
Okay.
Just made like little pronunciation cheat book. Michelin.
Lily, Daisy, and Rosamund. Well, they do spend a lot of time together.
That one kooky grandpa from Ponyville Retirement Village? All right, every pony, settle down. Back to school, Phillies.
That's mighty nice of you. Here are some apples free of charge.
Yep, on my way back to Appaloosa.
Now, when you say a week, is that 7 whole days?
That is the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard.
Girls, let go of your reins this instant. This is unacceptable.
What you got there?
So if you insist on having the cherry thing, the phrase is another bite at the cherry, not another go. It has to be bite.
Hello? Why do you have to be so good? Make me look so bad.
So your Python section is essentially a long-winded recommendation of this tutorial, which doesn't present much information. I think it would be helpful if you had some kind of example of how Python can be used, particularly in the PPP. And I don't know how difficult that would be to.
The trouble is like pretty much everything is made with Python, or at least like almost everything. And I'm like,
I mean, are there any relatively simple things? I mean, you could point to stuff like the checking script that I used to make sure all the labels were correct. That was a Python script. Or the thing that I used to generate the labels. The text transcripts. Actually, that might be a decent one. It was fairly simple. The Python script that was made for me that would read the Audacity label file and create a text file with a specific name and the contents of the label as the text. It'll be you don't necessarily have to explain how it works, but it would be a decent practical example that's pretty simple. Just as an example of something that Python can do.
in that case, I'm gonna have to break this into like 2 parts because like it's already getting like to 4 minutes when I'm talking about this.
Well, you can probably afford to cut a little bit of the talking about the tutorial that you lack. Let me have another quick read through this.
They got in a fight over Big Mac of all ponies. Good afternoon. My name is Twilight Sparkle.
Hey, Bon Bon, look at this neat thing I got.
How do you only just now know about Verity? Come on, man. Look more, look more. Yes, she is. She is adorable. Oh yeah, Gothic, did you make any progress with that plugin or whatever it was that Anon recommended for Blender? Did it make any difference?
Plugin for?
I don't know if it's a plugin, but the thing that Anon was recommending to make Blender run faster.
Oh, I've used something else. I've posted in the thread. Yeah, it's kind of supposed to work on the same idea, I think. It is working. Like basically, what it does, it's it's kind of like a cheat on how to use Blender. Like basically from everywhere who was pointing out, like basically Blender can only use like one single thread on CPU to render stuff, which means like, you know, like doesn't matter how good your CPU is, it's only gonna use one bit. So if you have like a 8 or 16 or like however more, like it's not gonna use them. So what this program does, it basically creates like it's open the file like twice, and then like it's what it makes is like it's render like one half, like first half on one blender, and then at the same time the second half on the second blender, and force this second blender file to use the second thread. So it is using like two threads at the same time. Then it's gonna automatically merge those two files into one.
Sounds like a horribly hacky way of doing it, and I love it. How much of a pain in the ass is it to get it to get up and running? And have you noticed in rendering any of these if it actually helps?
No, I mean I'm doing it right now. It's like it's well. It was for me. It was kind of like a bit easy because like all of the stuff like I've already have done it with like some other like modding stuff. So it's kind of like, this thing doesn't work. I need to look for that stuff, or that thing doesn't work. So like other than that, like you can just follow what I have written. It's just like 5 steps. Like I guess the biggest problem would be looking for the system path variables and making sure like you have your things correctly written. But other than that, it's just like installing the FFmpeg. That's gonna be 5 minutes. Making sure like your system paths are correct. That's gonna be a minute or 2 minutes.
Okay.
The code itself is literally just like you can install it from the pipe install. So it's like, you know, that's gonna take a minute. So yeah, about 15 minutes to just get it like everything installed and set up for like the first run.
While I'm on stream, I'll have a go, I guess.
Yeah, just keep in mind, like they are asking you to mess with your system path stuff, so like you may not want to show that on the stream, just in case.
So you need to install BPS render with the line pip install BPS render. How do I use pip install BPS render to?
You need to open your command. Actually, do you have Python installed on your system?
I do, yes. I had it installed back when I was using the scripts to automate steps in making the datasets. So if I just open command prompt and type pip install BPS render.
Unless you don't have your Python set up correctly, then you need to do it like with long way.
So I open command prompt and literally type pip install BPS render. Yeah.
And did you press enter to confirm it?
Yes. I'm waiting for it to do something.
Okay, just give it like a minute. You need to grab files from internet.
Okay, it's actually done something. Okay, it looks like it's done it. Okay, what's next?
You need to have the FFmpeg install. That's for the...
I do have FFmpeg installed on my computer. It's in a... But what... I've installed FFmpeg after that. You must link the directory folder of FFmpeg and the directory of Blender you are using to the system path variable. I don't know what any of that means.
There's a link. More instruction on how to do it.
I'm having a...
Yeah, basically it's like you go to your start, control panel, system and security, system.
I'll just do as you say. So, control panel, system, and security.
Then your system. Oh, you are using Windows 10 or 11?
10.
It's maybe a little bit different because I have 7. So I will try to do it on my end, but like, are you on the system?
Hang on, I can put control panel up here, that's fine. System. I don't see anything for system. Security and maintenance, probably not.
Because you need to go into the system,
system.
advanced system settings. Or system properties, depending on how it's named.
Hang on, I'm just double checking. I don't think there's anything bad on here. Anyway, I'm in the system tab, advanced system settings.
Yeah, advanced system settings.
Mm-hmm.
It should show you like system properties, and then you have
system. Yeah, I've got a system properties box.
And then there should be like a little tab for the environment variables.
I don't see environment. Oh, this thing. Okay.
Yeah, don't show it because it's actually show you private stuff.
Yeah, I'm not doing that.
And on the top,
hang on,
it should.
Hang on, just one sec. Okay, right, that's sorted. Okay, so what's next in the environment variables?
On the top, like at least on my Windows, like it's like user variable for and then username, and then you're gonna have like the little box in there. And in one of the variables, you're gonna have path, like all capitals path.
Yeah. So environment variables, I've got the box that says user variables, and then on that list there's one that says path. Is that what I need?
Yeah, click on the path and edit.
Okay.
Then what you need to do, at the very end of the variable value, you need to put like whatever the name of this symbol is. It's not the double dot, it's like the
semicolon.
Semicolon, yeah.
Sorry, where do I put that?
At the very end of it, then what you need to do is you need to put the directory for your thingy where you have
Okay, so it's got 4 lines of what look like some directory paths. So in a new line under that, put a semicolon?
Yeah, basically that's what needs to be looking like. Like, the bits are separated like this way.
Okay.
I mean, if that's, I mean, make sure that's the actual direction where you have your MPEG bin.
I have no idea where my MPEG is, actually.
Well, then you better find it.
Lara, did you get the apples? They got in a fight over Big Mac of all ponies.
Alright, so I've put it in one of my folders. So just where the FFmpeg executable is? Because I have it here.
Where the bin file is. 1 second, let me check how it looks.
Oh, so I'm looking for a bin file.
Yeah, it's gonna have the ffmpeg, ffplay, and ffprop. Like, at least on my end, I have like just those 3 files in the bin folder.
Okay, so with this directory thing, it seems to imply that ffmpeg would be right after C, which it isn't. I mean, I would presume it's somewhere in program files or something like that.
Maybe what you could do, you could go to the start and like search for it, and then like when it's show it, like you could like go to the file location.
No, it's not. Maybe it would be better if I just do a fresh install of ffmpeg. Ah, fucking hell. Annoyed. Why does this have to be so? Okay, I'm officially at the point where I have no idea what I'm doing. I barely have any idea what I'm looking for. Because with this thing you've located, ffmpeg bin, that doesn't exist on my machine, at least not with that file path.
Yeah, just
I don't know where
try
else.
to look for the ffmpeg in your star search. It should just point you out to like wherever you have it installed. Actually, 1 second, let me check something. Or maybe better, ffplay. Because usually you're not gonna have multiple copies of the ffplay. I think it should be just one.
Right. Oh, okay, so remember the pony sorter, the tool for reviewing lines and choosing the best way of cleaning? That appears to have ffmpeg and ffplay in it. Actually, this looks more...
Does this have the ffprom as well? This one?
Oh, actually, I might have found something. Yeah, I found a file with ffprobe, ffmpeg, and ffplay in it. Oh, is that I think that might be the bin, actually. Yeah, that's the bin. Okay, I found the bin.
Okay, so...
So, system properties, environment variables.
Path. All capital one.
I don't see path in all capitals.
It should be in the user variables.
Yeah, so I see path all lowercase, but not all uppercase, as you said. But it's probably.
Is it in the system variable or user variables?
User variables. Should it be user or system?
Okay. User.
Okay. So I highlight path and then click new?
No. Edit.
Edit.
You want to add it to it, otherwise you're gonna delete it out of the stack insider. And you don't want that.
So what I type in there is semicolon followed by the directory path to the ffmpeg bin.
Yes.
Okay, I have done that.
And don't close it yet. What you want to do is like put another semicolon and then direction to your Blender file. I mean, not Blender file.
On the same line
Blender...
or on a new line?
on the same thing. I mean, like
Okay,
you need to
so-
separate them by semicolon.
Okay, so
it knows
after bin, semicolon, and then the directory location of the Blender executable.
Yes, where the main file, where the main like file guts are. Like not your desktop, like where the
not the
actual.
desktop. So we're linking to blender.exe, or just the folder Blender 3.1. So C program files Blender Foundation / Blender 3.1.
Like,
would that be good enough?
Something like this. I mean, at least that's how it looks like on my end. Like the where the file was like install. You know, like you have like all of this little file.
Yeah. So hang on, I can put this on the screen. This is okay. So basically, what I'm asking is this what I want to copy and paste, or do I need to add like blender.exe
that's
to the end? Okay.
No, you just need to this link to the where the Blender exe sits. Like you don't need to add it. You just need to the directory to it.
Okay, so just to be sure that I've done the right
just
thing.
to be a question, is this the one you are using?
Yes.
Because it needs to be the same as the file.
So what I have typed in a new line is this. Is this correct?
1 second.
That's all on one line, is it? How it's supposed to be?
Yes.
Okay. And then I can just click OK?
Yeah.
Okay, I've done that. And then we're done with environment variables?
Yeah, this way it can go to the files inside of the bin, and it can go to the exe file of the Blender, so it can see them because they are in the path. So you just click OK, and OK, and apply, and OK.
Right. So, is it now just open blend file? Go to your blend file, make sure everything is set as it should be. Press right shift and click empty space next to blend file and choose open command window here.
Basically, yeah, like first you want to make sure like it's set up exactly where you want to export it. Yeah, like I just put that line over there just to make sure like, you know, like people don't accidentally like just render like single image and then just like go away and like forget about it.
Which one of these is next on the list that needs doing? 31 needs doing next. Okay, so I've got 31.blend.
Oh, shit, I forgot one thing. It does not work with spaces. You cannot have spaces in the Blender file.
So it has to be like that.
Yeah, it must be just like a single word. Like there cannot be like space between because like it's gonna get the program gonna get confused.
Okay. Right click, shift, and then open command window here. It's not giving me the option to open a command window. Open PowerShell window, I think that's it.
I don't know if there's like a name change for it on the window. It needs to be the. I mean, I'm using the command.
I think this is the same basic thing.
Okay. Then...
I've used this before for a few things.
So yeah, so the first thing you want to do is run this to see if it's actually working.
Okay. Well, it did something, so...
Yeah, it gives you like all of the instructions on how to use it, but yeah, you don't need all of that. It's just like details for like when you want to like something very specific.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so we've got this dry run thing to test.
What's the name of the file you wanted to run?
Yeah, I can input it. Yeah.
Hey, Bon Bon, look at this neat thing I got.
So, F. Hang on. I can do it like this. So it's gonna be Part 31 top blend.
Daisy, have you got the daffodils yet?
Okay. And then if I click enter, it'll do like a test.
1 second. Let me just check what you've written. Oh yeah, that's gonna do just like test it if it actually can run. But honestly, it's kind of...
Yeah, blender not found. Fucking hell. Alright, this is...
Yeah, you're gonna need to check your variable settings again.
I've probably done it wrong. Alright, well, I'll take another look at this, but it's coming close to mid, so...
Okay.
Okay, so I'm going to head off now. BCS has asked me if he can have the side tube to do one of his Anon Philly streams. So, in fact, he's joined just now. Hello, BCS. Yeah, so I'm about to head off now, so yeah, you can have the channel if you want.
See you guys tomorrow.
Yep, so
Okay,
I
yeah,
might be
okay.
here earlier tomorrow, depending on when I can get off work, but see. Okay, BCS, I'll lurk here for 10-15 minutes or so. Get yourself set up and paste a link in the chat and I'll stick you on. Anyone who wants to watch some Anon Philly stuff, stay here. Stay tuned, whatever. Alright. I'll see you all tomorrow. Maybe a few hours earlier. We'll see. Alright. Bye.
Okay, take care.